Roremo. I'm a professor of physics, and in particular optics and lasers. I am going to give you an overview about Multimedia University of Kenya and also some very important information about the National Institute for Optics and Lasers, which is going to host the East African Summer School in Optics and Lasers. Multimedia University of Kenya was established in the year 2013 after getting the charter from the then President of the nation. At the moment, the university has 6 faculties, and these are the Faculty of Science and Technology, Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Faculty of Business and Economics, Faculty of Media and Communication, Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology, Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology, and also an institute, which is the National Institute for Optics and Lasers. I'm going to give a bit more information about the Institute for Optics and Lasers, which was established in the year 2019. At the moment, the Institute offers 2 Masters of Science programs, Master of Science in Applied Optics and Masters of Science in Laser Technology. This is the only institute of its kind in Kenya and also in East and Central Africa. At the moment, the Institute has a population of 30 students who are in their different levels. Some are currently doing research and others are going on with their coursework. At the National Institute for Optics and Lasers, we are having quite a range of projects, and we are going to explain all this during the summer school, the East African Summer School in Optics and Lasers. We are going to give the participants and in particular optics and lasers. I am going to give you an overview about Multimedia University of Kenya.
International cooperation in science comes very easily, as everybody there knows. Just because science, there is no national science. There's science that's done in Kenya, science that's done in Germany, but it's not German or Kenyan science itself, but the science is the same. So we all have a common passion, we all have a common language, and that's the thing that makes it work so well. Okay. Ouch. Okay, so I'm going to keep going. So towards this increasing this international cooperation in science, starting during those war years, this is a quote at the very top here from Joseph Needham, a British biochemist, in 1943 during the war. And he says that science and technology are now playing and will increasingly play so predominant a part in all of human civilization that some means whereby science can effectually transcend national boundaries is urgently necessary. So this is in 1943, and it was already clear that scientists were really engaging across borders when others weren't. If you want to read about this, there's a nice little article in Nature Physics that you guys, it's a short commentary. So ICDP was actually inaugurated about 20 years after this. Under IAEA due to the efforts of Abdus Salam. Abdus Salam was a Pakistani scientist, a very good Pakistani scientist. And so he chose J. Robert Oppenheimer as the president of the Scientific Council. And in the past, maybe only a handful of people knew Oppenheimer. Now everybody knows him as opened by Barbie. I don't know what it is. At any rate, so later ICDP would come under UNESCO, but it came under IAEA because Abdus Salam was working at IAEA as part of the delegation from Pakistan, I should say, and it's still connected in a tripartite agreement. So Abdus Salam, as you know, later got the Nobel Prize, but this was 15 years after he started the center, and I want to point that out because most people think that he because he had a Nobel Prize, it was easy to start a center. It would have been much easier, but in this case, it wasn't true, and it just shows that somebody with a lot of vision, a good scientist with a lot of vision, can really accomplish a lot. So anyway, and this is his quote at the bottom here. You see the creation of physics. This comes from his Nobel Prize speech. He says, "The creation of physics is the shared heritage of all mankind. Let us strive to provide equal opportunities to all so that they can engage in the creation of physics and science for the benefit of all mankind. And so this really permeated most of what the programs at ICDP and also of UNESCO and IAEA, looking not towards Europe and trying to rebuild after the war, but looking towards the entire world. Okay. All right. So anyway, so just to give you a glimpse what goes on, just a really quick glimpse, because I understand there's a video and that will give a much better perspective. But we've had around 160,000 scientific visits from 190 countries, and that's pretty much all of them because there are only 194 member states of UNESCO. This is since 1970 when we started keeping track of these things. And you see from the map, they're coming from everywhere, and including North America and Europe, but really the person months are heavily skewed towards developing countries. And so that, and these visits are for conferences, schools, laboratory experience, degree programs, and a few others that I'll mention. So let me go on. Just to get onto the topic of optics. Get onto the topic of optics. So ICDP has been holding optics colleges since 1990. And this is with generous support from various optical organizations around the world, international organizations, including the International Commission for Optics, the European Optical Society, Optica, CEOP, which is the Italian Optics and Photonics Society, and SPIE. And you see just a few of them here on various topics, but there are many, many more. Coming in 2025, we'll have advanced optical metamaterials, and that's will involve Humberto Cabrera and also Kazim Mahmoud, who's also there as a lecturer, and plus many regional activities. So one of the most important things, especially for me, but I think for all of us at ICDP, is really supporting career development of scientists, because that was this was essentially the situation with Salam when he founded ICDP. The reason he founded it is he came to the UK. He got his degree from Cambridge. He went back as PhD, and he went back to Pakistan, and he found himself isolated from the rest of the world, the rest of the scientific world, and with few people to actually talk about for his specific topic. And so this was, he really had to juggle this, whether he had a career in science, a meaningful career, or he left his country, would he have to stay in his country or leave his country? And the only way to keep a career for Abdus Salam back in those days, in the 50s, was to leave his country, and that's what he did with a very heavy heart. So thinking about this, that's the motivation for actually establishing a center like ICDP in order to end that isolation, at least ameliorate that situation, so that good scientists from developing countries, especially in those days with no internet and difficult travel, could come to the center, stay for a while, work with other people from around the world, not just with their own people, but with everybody, and do good research, etc., and try to keep in their careers instead of moving on to something else or leaving their country altogether. So that was the original kind of antidote to brain drain. So there are a number of programs. The first one was the associate program, and that just really brings scientists to the center for a month and a half or 2 months a year, and they do their research there without the teaching and everything else that distracts them at home, and also with other people, other scientists at the center or scientists that are visiting. And there are many optics people in this associate program over the years, so we have quite a few, and I'll point out a couple later on. There's the TRIL, which is the Training and Research in Italian Laboratories. That's for experimentalists, even though we're a theoretical institute, allegedly. We actually do quite a bit of experimental training because it really is part of, well, it not only really is, it is part of science, and it needs to be addressed. And so that brings people also here, and many people in optics again, and obviously training at the electrosynchrotron light laboratory, which is next door to ICDP, more or less. And so and synchrotron related for using the synchrotron to do their research. And of course, we have the ICTP Optics Laboratory with Humberto Cabrera as its coordinator, and really Humberto Cabrera is the one who really initialized this and really came up with the ideas. And that next program you see below there, it's called a pilot program. These are travel awards for a couple of months all through from developing countries to any country basically in the world, and with contributions from the American Physical Society, the European Physical Society, and ICTP. But this came about because of what Humberto was doing, and that was the model, because they were so successful. What he's done with the students and early career scientists coming to ICDP, that we actually created another program that was more or less, it wasn't just optics, it was all physics. And then of course the Sesame program to support the synchrotron in the Middle East in anticipation of Africa, which I hear is coming around the corner. All right, so another thing that was very important is actually recognizing outstanding researchers. And, okay. So actually recognizing research, especially young researchers under 40, which is the typical age, this is going to be replaced by a number of years past graduation. But at any rate, the idea is the same, giving them a recognition early on in their career that they can use then to build their careers further. And so we have quite a few starting in 2000. But in 2023, one of your speakers, Mohammed Kazim Mahmood, is our most recent recognized scientist. All right, these are all optics people, of course. Now I want to get to the career-enhancing opportunities that Humberto has been engaged in. And this is part of an SPIE ICDP, what we call an Anchor Research Program. And Humberto is going to be talking a lot about this during the conference, so I'm not going to go into details on what he does because you're actually going to be experiencing it. But I just want to say that he's really done a remarkable job at propelling the careers of many, many young scientists from the developing world. And he does it with a lot of energy and time commitment, mentorship, and really establishing these long-lasting collaborations where students are coming of people that he's worked with. And I think he's, because Humberto works he works long hours, he's really driven, he knows what the goal is. I think I'm pretty sure that Humberto has the best publication record in all of ICDP, everybody. So in terms, and these are with developing country scientists, young scientists as first authors. So it's a remarkable thing. And that's why we wanted to emulate what Humberto was doing. And I was just going to quote the first Director General was Julian Huxley, which is Aldous Huxley's brother, the guy. Well, you saw his picture earlier on. But at any rate, he really summed it up. He said, "Practical demonstration is the best form of education." In this case, it's true. All right, so going on, I just some of the young leaders that I've met through ICDP, and they're all really, really remarkable in many ways. And you see them, Ripsime from Armenia, Mirwat from Pakistan, Mina from Iran, and Isabella from Colombia. And Isabella was actually a 2023 Optico Women's Scholar, and now she's been accepted into the Wine School of Optics at Arizona, University of Arizona. So she's really doing remarkably, but all of them are doing remarkably. And it's no wonder. I mean, that's so this kind of leadership, and many of them were doing outreach activities, and that was a common theme amongst all of them. Yeah, that's a common thing amongst all of them. All right. And then I just want to briefly mention this entrepreneurship program we had, because this was with Optica as a co-sponsor, and this is really teaching people about how to build a business plan, make a business plan, how to pitch it, how to create a small business around a scientific idea that they may have, finding the market, figuring out what return on investment means, all this stuff. And I think it's very important, and as we'll see, there's so many opportunities in photonics to take ideas, and that was a big theme actually in the workshops that we did. For instance, the simple devices using LEDs which measure oxygen content in the blood. That doesn't cost a lot of money, but it was it's very important for society, and we're going to get to that in a second. So now I want to get to part of that. So one of the other things is outreach, and so I mentioned this at the very beginning. Okay, so we've done a number of things at ICDP. The ICDP in 2015 was the International Year of Light and Light-Based Technologies. And ICDP was the global secretariat for that event. We had about 13,000 events in 147 countries, so it was huge in terms of international outreach and bringing light and optics and photonics to the rest of the world, not just to the scientists, but to the general public, to school kids, to get them interested, to politicians, to make them understand. So at any rate, we estimated we reached over 100 million people worldwide during that year, and we just wanted to really have a follow-up, also to keep together some of the network that we created. So in 2017, the UNESCO General Conference declared the International Day of Light, and that's coming up, and it will happen while you're there, and I understand that you have some activities, so that's great. But it really had a number of objectives that was promoting the importance of science and applications of light in all areas, and not just lasers. I mean, also lighting, which is very important, agriculture, et cetera. Addressing challenges in sustainable development and health and education, the importance of science education, that was a big theme for us. Trust in science is also a theme. And just strengthening existing collaborations, as I said. And so this is the 7th celebration of the International Day of Light. We just got a message from the Director General of UNESCO, and we're one of the very few scientific days to actually get such messages. All right, so anyway, that's coming up on May 16th, which is of course the anniversary of the first oscillation of the laser in Mayman. And so a real key aim for the International Day of Light is really to promote science for sustainable development. And you can see these are the UN Sustainable Development Goals for the 2030 agenda. And really, optical science contributes to almost all of these goals in remarkable ways. And so just a few examples. So for hunger, remote sensing and imaging is and you see a picture on the far right using drones. I mean, this is really, these are consumer devices, which are now cheap, but they really aid farmers. And so this helps spectroscopy for monitoring, finding out how much oxygen content there is in a carton of milk. So you know whether it actually is good or bad, irregardless of whatever date is stamped on the package. And then in health, there's diagnostics for imaging, sterilization, water purification is extremely important for many people around the world. Point of care devices, lab on a chip, all these things are really optics, are photonics based, and they're really helping people maintain good health. Photodynamic therapy is another example. Education, so affordable lights in remote communities which are off the grid, but still combining LED lights with inexpensive solar paneling really can light up a community and allow students to study after dark. And then, of course, communications infrastructure. We all knew through the pandemic, and even me now talking to you, I'm doing this over the internet. This is all, of course, photonics based. And then solar power, obviously, bringing energy efficient, smart lighting, all this stuff. So anyway, these are some examples: infrastructure, communications infrastructures, photonics enabled Internet of Things, actually intelligent and energy efficient urban lighting. There are other lighting developments, human centric lighting, for instance. We were born outside. I mean, we didn't live inside until very recently with artificial lighting. So really, we evolved to follow the sunlight, which is changing. It's the spectrum that reaches us through the atmosphere. That changes during the day, and you can actually program with digital lighting. In other words, LEDs. You can actually program these to change the composition of the light depending on the time of day. So this is probably more healthy and can lead to better productivity. All right, so yeah, lots of things: climate action, remote sensing, again, and environmental monitoring or to get data points, and high performance computing infrastructures. New quantum computers will likely revolutionize our climate modeling because they are so complex. And so that's really going to be a great thing. And then just partnerships. All right, so now I just want to, I'm just about done, so I want to mention the new global initiative led by an international partnership, including Optica and SPIE, IEEE. And so this is it's a year-long, it's an International Year of Quantum Science and Technology for 2025. It's still in the United Nations, but we expect proclamation coming in about a month or so. But this is really a year-long global public outreach education campaign, and it follows on the Year of Light on the 10th anniversary. So a lot of quantum technologies are actually photonics technologies, and so we really want to communicate around the globe about these things. Promote their equitable advancement. So it's not just something happening where in large developed countries, industrialized countries with national quantum initiatives, but everywhere, and ensures continued contribution as an engine of sustainable development. And you saw everything I talked about before were actually quantum technologies, and encourage more people to study science, of course, and gender equity. And so something exciting is quantum physics can really do that. And this would be the 100th anniversary of, let's say, the mathematical treatment that really made quantum mechanics calculable. And so it led to everything else that we see. And these are some of the supporters. So you can see, you see Optica down there, SPI on the other side, and you'll find many partners around the world. And finally, and I'm going to end it here, because I talked about leaders and people working. I know you have student chapters there, very important for this activity, and I think this is really a goal you should all try to do. Just to share your knowledge with others in your community. It's mutually beneficial because it benefits this. Let's say if you're mentoring younger students, it benefits them, of course, but it benefits you too. Everybody benefits from this kind of social interaction and bringing your knowledge to your community in a way that brings the community along with you. And it's extremely important in these days because we have so many societal challenges in front of us that, scientists, we can come up with a technological solution. Well, let's say technologies that can help, but it takes the entire community to make a solution to solve a problem. And that's why it's not just some kind of feel good thing. It really is very important that we engage with the community and try to have them understand what it is that we're doing and trust what we're doing. And so that trust in science is extremely important. And it starts with sharing what you know with your community and listening to them as well. So I was just going to show, this is a picture. This is my first outreach activity. I was doing it every year when I was in high school. And it happened to be in marine biology because I just love marine biology. And actually, that's my mom holding up a Pycnopodia heliantoides. That's a starfish. You can't do this anymore because it's for good reasons, because these are protected environments. But this is back in the 60s. So anyway, a lot of things happen. So anyway, I'm going to end it there. And I wish you all a great conference. I'm happy to take any questions you might have. But otherwise, really enjoy it. And okay, I'm going to stop the share right now. Okay. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Joe. You have received claps from our conference in Africa.
I heard. Yeah, I heard.
Yeah. Now, any questions from the audience? Do you have a question? Yeah, no question from the audience.
Okay.
Maybe online participants, do you have a question? Perfect. I have not seen an hand raised. So
Okay.
thank you, Joe.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Jared, and good luck with the conference. That's
Thanks a lot for your support.
okay. Thank you. All right. Bye bye.
Bye.
I take this opportunity once more to introduce the DVC, Administration and Finance, Multimedia University, who is one of our directors, to make his marks and give us more direction. Welcome, Professor Geoffrey Kiara Rulim.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gerard Urbino, the organizers of this summer school, the sponsors, the students, the participants who are together with us this morning. Good morning. Let me start by saying that my name is Professor Geoffrey Kihara Rorimo. I'm the acting Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Administration, Finance and Planning in this university. but also the pioneer director of the National Institute for Optics and Lasers, an institute that we helped to establish in this university. I'm going to give my remarks, but before I do that, let me also say that we are still expecting some guests who are going to speak to us this morning. That occasioned the delay a bit, but we are going to plug in when we have the guests join us. Today is a great day that we are witnessing the official opening of the East African Summer School in Optics and Lasers and the launch of the Max Planck Partner Research Group. The Max Planck Partner Research Group is hosted at the National Institute for Optics and Lasers at this university. Now, the idea to host the summer school at Multimedia University of Kenya was born from a conversation I and Dr. Gerard Obiro had as we were looking at the possibility of developing a proposal and submitting it to the International Center for Theoretical Physics for support and inclusion in their annual calendar. Now, we managed to do the proposal with Gerard for a summer school as submitted to the ICTP, that's the short form of International Center for Theoretical Physics, for support. Now, the proposal was accepted and approved to be part of the annual training events for the ICTP for the year 2024. And I want to appreciate the ICTP for finding it worth to have our summer school being part of the annual calendar. That is not a small feat. We do so much appreciate. Now, the journey of research and training in the field of optics and lasers at Multimedia University of Kenya began in the year 2019 when the University Council of this university established the National Institute for Optics and Lasers and appointed me as the pioneer director. Now, the primary mandate of the National Institute for Optics and Lasers was to conduct training and research in the field of optics and lasers. And in order to accomplish the mandate, the Institute established 2 Masters of Science degree programs, that is Masters of Science in Applied Optics and Masters of Science in Laser Technology. Now, the first cohort of 8 Masters of Science students was admitted in the year 2021. Now, these students are set to submit their thesis in the next few months, and then they are going to graduate later this year. Now, currently, the Institute has a student population of 30 students. These are 30 postgraduate students who are, at the moment, we admitted the 3rd cohort, that is in September last year. This year in September, we are looking forward to admitting the 4th cohort. It's also important for me to mention that the Institute has also established a PhD program that is going through the final phases of processing. We completed the stakeholders forum, and that forum was attended by some of the guest speakers that are participating in this summer school. They gave their contribution and enriched that program. So in September this year, we are looking forward to launching the first ever PhD program in optics and photonics in this country and in East and Central Africa. The National Institute for Optics and Lasers has a research partnership with Max Planck Institute for the Science of Light in Germany that is funded by the Max Planck Society. This partnership was as a result of a research proposal submitted to Max Planck Society in the year 2022 as a result of a call that was released targeting former African scientists who are alumni of Max Planck Institute in Germany. So my former professor, Professor Gerhard Kreutz, who is going also to grace this occasion, is arriving on Tuesday, asked me that we do a proposal together and we submit. And to cut the whole story short, we were successful, and our proposal was accepted for funding and support by the Max Planck Society for 5 years. And because we have representatives here of Max Planck Institute for the Science of Right, which is our partner research institute in Germany, it's important for me to highlight this, that the support we are receiving from Max Planck Society has gone a long way in supporting the postgraduate students at our institute. The 30 students that I have talked about, each one of them has been supported by that funding at different levels, because when these students, we admit them, we also assess their financial need. Those especially who are working, their financial need is different from those who are not working. So they are given financial support depending on the need. And the need is established from a tool that we normally give them. They fill the details, we gather the information, we assess that tool, we award the marks, and we can tell, now these ones are going to qualify for this amount, these ones will qualify for this raw amount, etc. I want to mention that the research partnership with Max Planck Society, it will also go a long way in strengthening or supporting our PhD program as it begins in the month of September this year. One of the challenges, and this is not just in this country but all over, is that most of the students, when they are enrolling for their postgraduate studies, they do not have enough financial support to undertake their studies. And this is not just in Kenya, but it is globally. Because some of us have had our studies abroad, and we encountered also the same thing, students from other parts of the world also looking for scholarships to support them so that they can be able to undertake their studies. So I want to congratulate Max Planck Society for supporting us as a Max Planck partner research group. It's important for me to mention that we are undertaking various ranges of research at the Institute. And on Friday, I'm going to give an overview about the research activities that we are undertaking at Max Planck Partner Research Group. But just to mention a little bit, we are working on cutting-edge research, for example, research to do with graphene structures as optical sensors. We are working on quantum dots as sensors, for example, in the detection of malaria parasite, a very interesting area of research. We are also working on areas to do with the spectroscopy, quite active, and especially theoretical work. We are also working on methods to generate higher order modes, for example, radially and azimuthally polarized beam. And we have been able to actually increase the efficiency of generating those modes by using polarization filters that have a more number of segments than usually the 4 that are normally used. So just to mention a few things that we are doing at the Institute in terms of research, but on Friday, I'm going to give an overview and a little bit of details about what we are doing. As part of mentorship of our students at the Institute, we endeavor to expose our students to local and international opportunities to support their career growth. Now, in that aid, we have been encouraging our students to make applications to opportunities that happen, especially at the international arena. And it is important for me to mention that since 2022, we have had some of our students benefiting from opportunities presented by Optica, formerly the Optical Society of America. We have had 2 of our REDE students, a master's student and also an undergraduate student, who have benefited from the Women in Optics and Photonics scholarships. So those 2 REDEs, they had an opportunity to travel to the US for a conference. They were connected with mentors, and one of the students is already now doing her master's in US, master's in medical optics, as a result of that interaction with mentors, and she got full support. We also have other students who are benefited from Optica. Now this under a different scholarship, which is called the Amplify Optica Scholarship, targeting black students in optics and photonics. In that area, we have had 2 of our students who have benefited from those scholarships, and they continue actually to interact with mentors who are helping them to come up in that area. As I get towards the edge, I want to encourage the participants in this East African Summer School in Optics and Lasers. I pray that this is going to be a place where you are going to have networks, where you are going to gain a lot by attending and listening to experts in the area of optics and photonics that have come from far and wide. The guest speakers that we have in this summer school, they are people with quite a lot of experience in their area, in the area of optics and lasers. They have been at it for many years, and I believe because of their wealth of experience, they are going to impact a lot upon us. I learned from a workshop we prepared in the year 2008 at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, where I was before I joined this university. That workshop, which was supported by the African Laser Center, attracted students just from nearby universities, JKUR, Kenyatta University, University of Nairobi. We had a week long of the workshop. But because of the impact of that workshop to the participants, most of the students actually ended up taking a career in optics and lasers. And I believe even the summer school we're having today, starting today, is going to have an impact in the lives of the participants, and we are likely to have many deciding to take up a career in optics and lasers. Indeed, that is the whole aim of this summer school. So once again, I want to congratulate the participants who have been able to make it for this summer school. It was competitive. Many applied, and a big number was not able to be admitted. So I can say you made it to this finalist, and that is why you are able to participate in this summer school. To our guest speakers, we would like to welcome you heartily to this summer school and also to Kenya. And I think it will not be good for me to stop before I mention Professor Silvania Pereira from the University of Delft in Netherlands. When I was doing my PhD about 16, 18 years ago, I had a 1 week in Netherlands where we were working together in the project that I was doing, helping us with simulation and some laboratory work, and the impact you made upon us or upon my life still remains today. And probably that is why you find we are having what we are having today as a result of the input that you did in me during those times. Once again, thank you so much. I pray and believe that you are going to enjoy this summer school as we continue each and every day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Once more, our chief guest will be here in a few minutes so that we can start our summer school opening ceremony officially. Of course, as I announced, so we shall start with the National and East Africa Anthem, followed by an opening prayer. Then after that, we shall welcome the host, DVC Academic Affairs, to welcome the visitors. So they are just actually at the entrance. Maybe our secretariat, you can usher in our guests at the front table. And as you have noticed, Multimedia University of Kenya is next to the National Park. For those of us who are new and the first timers, you'll meet a wildlife. Kindly don't be shocked when you come across the warthogs, the monkeys, etc. Welcome, guests. Let us welcome our chief guest by a cloud of clap. Thank you. Kindly, the guests, we can take our seats. Thank you, our chief guest. May I take this chance to welcome you to Multimedia University of Kenya. My name is Dr. David Wafula. I'm the acting director, National Institute for Optics and Lasers. Allow us to start our opening ceremony with the national anthem, which will be also followed by the East Africa anthem. Kindly the ICT support team. Then we shall have an opening prayer from Professor Ida, the Director, Board of Postgraduate Studies. Kindly let us stand for the national anthem and the East African anthem. ICT, kindly.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you, Professor Aida. Opening prayer.
Our chief guest and accompanying distinguished guests, our Chair of Council, the Vice Chancellor, DVCs, our directors, please, or participants of this, allow me to lead us in the opening prayer. So we bow and pray. And I'll make the Christian prayer. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you, we worship you for this great day that you've allowed us to have the gift of life. We are gathered here this morning for the official opening, Lord, of the East Africa Summer School on Optics and Laser, and the launch of the Max Planck Research Group. We thank you for the opportunity as the Multimedia University of Kenya to host this very auspicious occasion for these two connected events. Lord, we thank you for the journey mercies you've given our distinguished guests to this occasion. Thank you for the participants that have flown in from different parts of the world safely. Thank you that even in the ongoing rains that are quite heavier than usual, you have protected each one of us and you've enabled us to be here safely this morning. Thank you for the hosting directors and the committee that sat together to put together this occasion, oh God. We give you glory and honor and pray that this morning as we start, your wisdom, knowledge, and understanding will be upon every speaker, will be upon every facilitator, will be upon every participant. We are praying this morning for eloquence, for simplicity in our expressions and speeches, Lord, in diverse topics of optics and laser. We pray for clarity, for conciseness, Lord, upon everyone that shall hold a microphone and even speak without one through this meeting for the next 2 weeks. We pray for your protection. We pray for divine health. We pray even for the phones that brings and anything that will be consumed throughout this summer school, Jehovah God. We pray that you sanctify it all, that everyone coming in and out of this place will enjoy divine health and protection for the glory and honor of your name. Father, this morning we thank you that you've honored us with very esteemed guests, Lord, guests to help us in the launch of this very important event. And Lord, we receive them with thanksgiving and pray that God, in their various spheres where you have placed them in this nation, Lord, positions of leadership, will continue to bless them to excel, oh God. You will continue in the ministry of education and other places where they are serving to grant them the spirit of excellence, to grant them the zeal they need to work efficiently and effectively, Lord, to grant them the wisdom to make accurate and decisions that are timely, that are going to lead us to the next level of prosperity, not just in Kenya, but in East Africa and Africa and the world over. Thank you, Lord, for the partnering groups, the sponsors of this event, Lord. We thank you and we give you glory, and we pray that you continue to prosper them the more, that will continue to impact lives, oh God. So, Father, we make this short prayer, believing and trusting in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ida, chief guest. If you allow me just to welcome you once more to the East Africa Summer School. The summer school is being hosted at the National Institute for Optics and Lasers. And it's very important that you also know the postgraduate studies and also the postgraduate masters and PhD that we have. We have a Master of Science in Laser Technology. We also house a Master of Science in Applied Optics. And later, in the course of the year, in September, we are going to have a PhD in Applied Optics and Photonics. We are guided by the research and development, whereby our students are involved in the seminars. And if you allow me, as some of the students who are doing these postgraduate students, kindly may I just ask you to stand up, just for purposes of our guest and the chief guest, to see you. All our postgraduate students who are in the midst, kindly stand up. All our postgraduate students. We have about 26 in number since the institute was launched. Kindly, you can sit down. A very also major resource stakeholder is our team of visiting professors and also our lecturers. Kindly, our resource personnel remain standing so that our chief guest can see you. Kindly stand, including our visiting professors who support the institute. I can see one at the back. Dr. Ogaro, kindly. Just stand. So these are some of our resource persons who support us at the institute. Kindly take your seats. The National Institute for Optics and Lasers started some time back with one of our professors who is going to actually lead us in the next session. And for purposes of our visitors, we have a platform whereby on a weekly basis, we have an opportunity to look at what our postgraduate students are doing. And even in the course of this summer school, we are going to share you that platform is an online platform where we are able to review what research activities that we are doing in our lab and be able actually to know that whatever we are doing is in line with the industry and the academia. And we are guided by 4 questions. What, as researchers, what are we doing? who is doing the research, who is benefiting from the research, and where is the research being used. And without going far, I would welcome the founding director for the Institute to not only give the opening remarks, but also give us a history about this National Institute for Optics and Lasers. Kindly, Professor Kihara, welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mekesa. The representative of the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Education, Dr. Rosabera Awo, the CEO, National Research Fund, the Chairman of the Council of the Multimedia University of Kenya, members of the University Council present, the Vice Chancellor, Multimedia University of Kenya, the Vice Chancellor, Masai Mara University, the ICTP guest speaker, Professor Joseph Niemela, representative of Professor Dr. Gyat Roix, that is Dr. Hani Fatahi, invited speakers, invited guest participants, good morning. Let me give a brief history about the National Institute for Optics and Lasers at this university. First, it's important to mention that the National Institute for Optics and Lasers, we abbreviate this as NIOR, is the first of its kind in this country and also in East and Central Africa. The institute began in the year 2019 as a result of funding that the university received from the National Research Fund for infrastructural development. It is that funding that heralded the beginning of the institute and the first laboratories that we have, which are equipped through that funding from NRF. In that regard, I would like really to appreciate the director and the CEO of the National Research Fund, who is with us here, Professor Dixon Andara. Probably Professor Dixon, you can. Thank you, Professor Dixon Andara. He is the CEO NRF. It's also important to mention that the NRF have partially supported this summer school. So our partnership with NRF continues, and we look forward for greater days ahead. I also want to mention that in the year 2022, the National Institute for Optics and Lasers got a research partnership with the Max Planck Institute for the Science of Light. Now, this was as a result of a research proposal that I developed together with my former PhD supervisor in Germany, and this proposal won funding from the Max Planck Society. The funding that we received from MPG, as we abbreviate, runs for 5 years. This is the second year. The second year is beginning, and it is of the Max Planck partnership in this university. That has been in the cards for some time, but it occurred that this was the best opportunity for us to have this round, which is supposed to be followed by a school where we invite the participants locally and abroad. I also want to mention that we have also got support from Erasmus Mundus program. This year, we are going to start having exchange of our students and staff who will be visiting European universities for purposes of research. So that is going to begin this year. And one of the resource persons that is supporting us at the NIOR, Dr. Dixon Kenywa-Mwenda, who is actually, probably you can start. Dixon Kenywa-Mwenda is spearheading this. And we hope this is also going to be an opportunity to continue mentoring our students, the postgraduate students that we continue to have at the Institute, and also the PhD students. It's also important for me to mention that this year we are looking forward to also launching the first PhD program in optics and photonics in this country and also in the region. And we believe some of the participants that are with us today, they are going to be beneficiaries of this program. We look forward and we hope that the summer school is going to impress you and you're going to make a decision to take a career, an active career in optics and photonics, and we'll be here waiting for you. And also the rich gathering of the guest speakers we have here, I believe we'll continue to walk the journey together as they continue to support us. It's also important for me to mention that some of the guest speakers we have today, they were actively involved in enriching our PhD program that we are going to launch later in the course of the year. And their contributions made the program much better. And it is almost now ready for it to be launched. I also want to mention that the National Institute for Optics and Lasers has continued also to get, of course, quite good support from the university, helping us with the issue to do the admission, helping us to do with the issues of the upkeep of the facilities, and also supporting us with issues to do with the procurement. In this country, we normally have a very elaborate procurement process. It is not very easy to actually procure, especially when we are doing it from abroad. The university has come in handy supporting us in that area. So finally, I would like to encourage our participants, students who have traveled from far and wide. We have Kenyans and students from many different countries of Africa. There are also students who are following us online. I want to congratulate you for making it for this summer school. It was competitive. The process was actually administered by ICTP. And for you to make it this far, actually, you deserve congratulations. I also want to encourage the participants that ensure you get as much as possible from the wealth of experience that we have from the guest speakers. I believe this is also an opportunity that we are going to have networks established, collaborations, and this is an opportunity for us actually to have contacts that are going to help you, to help us continue developing career. I can tell you, for every great person, there is always a shoulder that person stepped on. I mentioned Professor Dr. Gert Roix, who has contributed a lot to what actually we are doing here today. And as I mentioned, actually he's going to be part of this summer school starting tomorrow. Guest of honor, I would like at this time to invite our Vice Chancellor, Madam Rosabera Malanga, to come and address this gathering.
I hope I'll survive this. Good morning. Our chief guest, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Education, Honorable Dr. Ezekiel Machogo, represented here by Dr. Rosalinda Ward, Minister of Education, the Chairman of the University Council, Honorable Moses Sakuda, here with us, members of University Council, represented here by, we have our Madame Lesuda, Member of Council, over there. My fellow colleagues, PVCs, Professor Geoffrey Kihara, who has just spoken, and one of us, Professor Dr. Engineer Livingston Ngo, is attending to another function elsewhere. I've not seen him this morning, but I know where he is. The director, the acting director, National Institute of Optics and Lasers, who has just spoken, Dr. Wekesa, for the reason for which we are here, among many other reasons. Our CEO, National Research Fund, our very own Professor Dixon Andala, who is here with us. We expected to have Director General Nakosti, that is Professor Walter Yawa, but his apologies have been passed. My sister and colleague, Vice Chancellor, Masai Mara University, Professor Penina Alo Obudo, is with us here. Thank you, Madam, for coming. The CEO, Kenya Bureau of Standards, Esther Njeri Ngare, I think we received apologies. The CEO, Kefri, Dr. Jen, are you here? I think maybe they're on the way coming. We have representative for Professor Dr. Gerd Lux, head Dr. Henny Fatahi, and the ICTP guest speaker, Professor Joseph Nemela. I'm told he has already spoken this morning. All invited speakers, I may not mention each one of you by name, our esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. I am delighted and most honored to welcome you all to Multimedia University of Kenya. Today marks a momentous occasion as we gather for the official opening of the East African Summer School in Optics and Lasers, alongside the launch of a groundbreaking research partnership between our esteemed National Institute of Optics and Lasers and the prestigious Max Planck Institute for the School for the Science of Light. It's an honor to host this significant event, which reflects our university's commitment to fostering academic excellence and international collaboration. This summer school is a collaborative effort between Multimedia University and Masai Mara University, as well as the International Center for Theoretical Physics, ICTP, which generously, with generous sponsorship from organizations including the Max Planck Society, Optica, the National Research Fund, among others. It stands as a unique educational initiative in the East African region, aiming to cultivate the next generation of experts in optics and lasers, while enhancing capacity building across various states. The selection process, facilitated by ICTP, ensured that participants were chosen through a competitive process, ensuring a diverse and talented cohort. Ladies and gentlemen, I extend a warm welcome to all participants, both from within Kenya and abroad, as well as to our distinguished guests, all of you. Your presence here enriches our academic community, and we eagerly anticipate the fruitful exchanges and scientific networking opportunities that lie ahead for the next 2 weeks that we shall be here and beyond. Feel most welcome to our university, and we look forward to your fruitful engagements and great scientific networking with the experts who have taken the time to come and to train the participants in this critical area. As a university, we endeavor to support and build the next generation of experts and scientists through collaboration, partnerships, and engagements. We hope that this is just but the beginning of more such engaging academic discourse. The National Institute for Optics and Lasers, which we call it NIOL, abbreviated as NIOL, is the host laboratory of this great school. We have been told of the history of this very new institute. NIOL is a young institute that started its operations the year 2019 with the support of and funding from the National Research Fund. In the year 2021, NIOL was able to admit its first cohort of master's students, which is really a great milestone to us. The NIOL laboratory is a key component of this university for building capacity and human capital in this unique field. The area of optics and laser technology is quickly gaining in relevance and growing in application in various sectors of the Kenyan economy. This summer school aligns with our national vision, that's our Kenya National Vision 2030 of advancing technological adoption and innovation through training of the Kenyan human capacity, especially our young scientists. As an institution of higher learning, we endeavor to contribute and support our scientists and researchers to develop scientific outputs which are vital in driving and accelerating our economic development. As participants, I'm sure you will gain a lot during the hands-on training and experiments in new laboratories, and you will learn a lot from experts who have come all the way from different countries, including Italy, Germany, Netherlands, Pakistan, Canada, and South Africa. What a composition. This is really great. They have come to train you in this field, which is gaining a lot of application in industry, such as spectroscopy, medical imaging and diagnosis, industrial application like welding and cutting, optical fiber, communication, to name just but a few. As you forge collaboration and networking, I would urge you to integrate science, technology, and innovation towards the big dream of developing our national and continental agenda with the long-term aim of addressing the various SDGs as stated by the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very grateful to all the support we have received from our partners in hosting this great school. Our appreciation starts with the International Center for Theoretical Physics, ICTP, which accepted the proposal by both Multimedia University of Kenya and Masai Mara University to host such a school in the East African region. We sincerely thank our sponsors who have come in kind to make sure this school becomes a success. We cannot forget to mention ICTP Max Planck Institute for the Science of Light, the International Commission of Optics, ICO, Italian Optical Society, University Milano, Italy, NRF, SECOM, and Masai Mara University. I take this opportunity to thank the Masai Mara University team for the collaborations with the MMU, Multimedia University of Kenya team, to see this summer school take place successfully. I sincerely thank you all for your support, dedication, and hard work. To our participants and the facilitators, please feel at home and don't forget to visit our great city of Nairobi to enjoy its unique features, such as the Nairobi National Museum, which is very rich, and the only national park in the world within a city. That is the Nairobi National Park, which is just next door. In fact, just across the road, we have the Nairobi National Park. We also have other areas that are within. During the evenings you may want to visit. We have the Karen Blixen Museum around this area. This area is Karen. So just a few kilometers, like 10 from here, you will find that museum. And it has a lot of history concerning the area where we are, Karen. The Giraffe Center. Many people come from afar just to get to the Giraffe Center. And it's just a few kilometers from here, maybe like 5, very near. You can be able to see our giraffes. We have Mamba Village. Mamba Village. Mamba means crocodile village. Kano ni Mwale, I'm correct? Najua Kiswahili na mimi ni distance. So the Mamba Village is just down across the road. We may go like maybe 7 kilometers or 5 from here. And there you get a specialty. People go there for nyama choma. In Kenya, the most delicious meal that we always have and we must have is nyama choma, roasted meat. It's very juicy and nice. You'll get it at that place called Mamba Village. So visit there for that nyama choma. And finally, it's my honor to invite the Cabinet Secretary of Education, Honorable Dr. Ezekiel Machogu, represented by Madam Rosalinda, to officially open this summer school and launch sorry, maybe I'm being advised. Yeah, we have. Okay. So I'll hand it over to my colleague. Come. Now from here you need to help me. Yeah, you know this is collaborative work. We have to teamwork. So from here I'll hand over to you again, so that you want me to do. So I'm guided. Before we invite our guest speaker, I would like then therefore, as guided appropriately, to invite the CEO of NRF, Professor Dixon Andala, to come over and give his remarks. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor. Riding on the already observed protocol, I'll recognize the presence of representative of the CS, Madam Dr. Ward. The chair, a member of staff here, so for information, I've been known to National Research Fund as a CEO. I can see my colleagues in the house and I'm feeling nostalgic to be back here at Multimedia University. And I also must applaud Professor Kihara for hosting such an important event. As National Research Fund, our role in this country is to fund research, mobilize resources, and of course do monitoring and evaluation. So I'm also doing M&T as I am here now, and I'll report back to the board that the infrastructural support that we gave to Multimedia University is excelling. Among the key things that I was tasked to do is to enable the ecosystem, the research ecosystem, to be able to work for development. So when we see NIOL hosting such an important event, we feel very, very happy. We also have another infrastructure support that we did at the University of Nairobi. Last year, they hosted such like an event. This is Nuclear Magnetic Resonance Infrastructure at the University of Nairobi. I was not meant to speak a lot, but allow me to mention a few things of what we've been doing. Recently, we launched a national research repository, and I'm encouraging all those who are publishing to be able to have it uploaded into a national research repository. It is interoperable. I hope Multimedia University can establish also a repository so that it can interlink with the repository that we have. The other thing that we're also doing is we are having a national research infrastructure sharing framework and platform. So we shall link the NIOL with the other 19 infrastructure support that we gave to various institutions so that researchers can be able to access. So I must applaud what Multimedia is doing because they are opening up the institution not only to Kenya but to the world. Finally, we are going to have a national research festival, and this is happening between the 19th and the 23rd of August. I'll want those who we funded, and as a university you which has come, there'll be over 1,000 students who will be coming to visit the National Research Festival, and you'll also be marketing yourself. You want to have most of students like one I'm seeing here, and I'm happy to see also the female represented here, and we must clap for them because when we are growing, we used to have fewer and fewer ladies in physics. So when I see ladies in physics, I feel very excited. So I'll wish that you come and also market the university so that the students will be showing their high school level type of research to do. They can know avenues in which they can be able to move, even if it means traveling to Nile. Thank you so much.
Let's give a hand of applause to our very own Professor Andala. We have given him out for a few days, he'll come back. Yeah, but he's doing a very good job for us where he is. Thank you very much, Prof, and we really appreciate you as a university. Now may I take this opportunity to welcome the Vice Chancellor of Masai Mara University, my sister and friend, Professor Penina Alo Obudo, to come and say hello and give a few remarks. Welcome, Prof.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor of Multimedia. I'm supposed to say hi. So hi, everybody. Thank you very much. The representative of the CS, Dr. Ward, thank you. The CS on the Mantobu, Chairman of Council of Multimedia, who is also a friend of mine and comes from my county, the member of council, Madam who is the alternate to the PS, my colleague, Professor Andala, all protocols observed. Good morning, everybody. I'm told to say hi and say one or two things. First, I'm happy to be here, and I want to appreciate my colleague, Professor Maranga, for inviting me to be here. When I got the letter, I was like, okay, so what's going on here? But then I was briefed and told, DC, Dr. Jared Ombiro, where is he? Yes, Dr. Ombiro is collaborating with with Multimedia University on this optics and laser, and they are hosting a summer school, and we would like you to attend this so that we cement our collaboration with Multimedia. Those of us who read the Bible, there's a verse in the Bible, I've forgotten it, and it says this, how beautiful it is when brothers, but I want to add sisters, because in the Bible they forgot about sisters. When brothers and sisters dwell together, like we are now with my sister Rosbella. So I'm happy to be here, to be part of this great movement, Summer School on Optics and Laser, and I'm happy that Masai Mara University is part of this great event. I want to invite you next time, my sister Professor Maranga. If this is to happen again, why not come down to Masai Mara? She's proud She's really proud of the national park across the road. But mine is a world-renowned national park that hosts the eighth wonder of the world. That is Masai Mara Game Reserve. You can't go wrong when you come to our university because it's not very far from there. So I extend an invitation to you people. Next time you want to host such an event, please come over to Masai Mara University. Thank you very much. I think I've said one or two comments. Thank you very much. And I'm happy about this Max Planck Institute. I happen to have been in Germany, by the way. I'm a dad alumni, former president of alumni many years ago. And I was in Germany for 3 months for a training on leadership and management in higher education. One of the places we visited was Max Planck. And I had the privilege of even touching the desk where Einstein worked. So I'm happy to be part of this because at least I've seen where Max Planck is. Thank you very much. I want to wish you all the best in whatever you're doing. This is the only one of its kind in East Africa, I'm told, and even in the African region. And so I'm proud to be part of this. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Yes, Masai Mara, here we come. Yeah, I thought I was proud, but she's prouder. But she's my sister. So this moment, I wish to welcome Dr. Hane Fatahi, Max Planck Society, to give her remarks. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Hello. So it's a pleasure to be here in this beautiful city and Nairobi. I have the pleasure to deliver the remarks of Professor Gerd Loix, who is the initiator of this Max Planck Partner Research Group in Germany. So he couldn't be here today, but he sent his regards and he asked me to just deliver his message. So the Max Planck Society has a mission to spread science around the world. Science has no nation. And based on this, the Max Planck program partnerships has been started. So the program has been started since 1999, and it follows the mutual interest on scientific and fundamental topics on parts in Germany and other participants all around the world. So since 1999, there has been 256 groups, Max Planck partner groups around the world. 90 of them are active at the moment. And in Africa, since 2015, 9 groups have been established, and at the moment, 7 of these groups are active. We have 2 groups in Kenya. Now, the second group is the group that is established at the moment in the Multimedia University. 2 groups in South Africa, 1 group in Mali, Ethiopia, Tanzania, Uganda, and Senegal. So I would like again to just take advantage of this microphone that I have in my hand as an associate editor of the Journal of Optics Continuum from Optical Society, former Optical Society of America. Just encourage you to submit your works on the issue on optical science and photonics in Africa, which is going to be carried out by 2 journals, Applied Optics and Optics Continuum. So the submission is open and the deadline is in October. And the 2 journals, they are just going to accept the research, original research, or tutorial type of research, which is done in Africa. So these are the issues that these 2 journals just dedicated to the science and photonics in Africa. So with that, I would like to thank you again, and that's my message. Thank you.
invite the Chairman of Council, Multimedia University of Kenya, Honorable Moses Sakuda, to give his few remarks, after which he shall invite our chief guest, the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Dr. Ezekiel Machogu, represented here by Madam Rosalinda Owor, Doctor, to give the remarks. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chancellor. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, tusalimiane. How are you? Thank you very much. I'll be very, very, very brief because a very good welcome have already been given out by our able Vice Chancellor. But just allow me, with all the protocols observed, to really acknowledge our wonderful people up here and down there, and say that all of you are welcome. Karibuni sana sana Multimedia University. Again, a warm welcome to Multimedia University on this cold and rainy morning. On behalf of the University Council and the entire MMU fraternity, we are delighted to witness this one-of-a-kind official opening of the East African Summer School in Optics and Lasers, alongside the launch of a groundbreaking research partnership between the National Institute for Optics and Lasers and Max Planck Institute for Science for Light. This event is the first one in East Africa, and participation of MMU in the same goes a long way to solidify our commitment to academic excellence and international collaboration. These days they say collaboration is a word going forward. With this program, I normally say it's power to see, and actually to see more clearly. In March 2019, Multimedia University of Kenya established a National Institute for Optics and Laser NEO through a grant by the National Research Fund, NRF. This was established as a national center for training and research in optics and laser. Graduates in optics and lasers serve nationally, regionally, and internationally, as evidenced by the latest adoption of laser technology in many areas, including medicine. I wish to thank all the partners involved towards making this landmark occasion into success, including Masai Mara University, who we have our very good friend, Vice Chancellor, Professor Penina, karibu sana. And actually it's like a coincidence. Multimedia University borders Nairobi National Park, and Masai Mara, you have to drive like an hour, and then you get to Masai Mara National Reserve. But the beauty is you get to see a lot of animals. So let's take up the invite for next time. Organizers, please, see tunaenda Mara, and don't make the program so full. Leave some days for us to go on a tour. See, namna hiyo. Yeah, so mushi leave like 3-4 days, then we all go around. Actually, we can be doing some research on how the animals' sights are, or how they see. The International Center for Theoretical Physics, ICTP, Max Planck Society, Optica, the National Research Fund, and many other, just to mention but a few. We are really, really grateful for you. So again, we say karibuni sana, and feel at home, enjoy Multimedia University while you are here. And as Madam Vichy have said, there are a lot of good places. There's also a giraffe center. Many of you just want to go and see giraffes. They will also be able to see you as you see them. So with those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite our representative for Cabinet Secretary, Dr. Rosalinda Awor, to give the remarks on behalf of our Cabinet Secretary. Let's give her a clap as she comes forward. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to give the speech for the Cabinet Secretary, but I'm here at two capacities. I'm representing Cabinet Secretary, and I'm also representing the Principal Secretary. Yes. Thank you. It's good to learn. I'm learning. I have to put it like this. Thank you. I'm a good student. I said thank you, Chair of the Council. I was just saying that I'm here in two capacities. I'm representing the Cabinet Secretary for Minister of Education, and I'm also representing the Principal Secretary for State Department for Higher Education and Research. Actually, I'm the Director of Research in the State Department. Not very old. I just got the appointment last year, but I've been in the research field for as long as I can remember. So I'll proceed and give the speech for the Cabinet Secretary. Speech by Cabinet Secretary for Ministry of Education, Honorable Ezekiel Machogu, EGH, during the official opening ceremony of the East Africa Summer School in Optics and Lasers and launch of Max Planck Partners Research Group held at Multimedia University Conference Room on 6th May 2024. Principal Secretary, State Department for Higher Education and Research, Dr. Beatrice Muganda Nyangala, the Acting Chairman, University Council, Honorable Moses Olesakuda, members of the University Council present, Acting Vice Chancellor, Multimedia University, Professor Rosbella Maranga, Acting Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, Research and Innovation, Professor Dr. Engineer Livingstone Ngo, Acting Deputy Vice Chancellor, Administration, Finance and Planning, and the Pioneer Director, National Institute for Optics and Lasers, and Max Planck Partner Research Group Leader, Professor Geoffrey Kihara Rurimo, Acting Director, National Institute for Optics and Lasers, Dr. David Wekesa, CEO, National Research Fund, Professor Dixon Andala, Director General, NACOSTI, Professor Walter Yawa, Vice Chancellor, Masai Mara University, Professor Pedina Alo Obudo, CEO, Kenya Bureau of Standards, Esther Njeri Gary, CEO, KEFRI, Dr. Jane Juguna, representative of Professor Dr. Gad Lodge, Dr. Ania Fatahi, ICTP guest speaker, Professor Joseph Niemela, invited speakers, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm delighted to participate in the opening ceremony of the East Africa Summer School in Optics and Lasers and the launch of the Max Planck Partner Research Group. I would like to applaud Multimedia University of Kenya for hosting the East African Summer School on Optics and Lasers. This university is the first and the only one at the moment in East and Central Africa to offer comprehensive training and research programs in optics and laser at undergraduate and postgraduate levels. The field of optics and laser, as you all know, has revolutionized science by presenting light as a tool for applications ranging from medicine, telecommunication industry, military, agriculture, arts, just to mention but a few areas. Nowadays, through the application of light in the fiber optics communication, large volumes of video and audio data can be transmitted across the globe in a few seconds. In fact, due to fiber optic communication, the African continent has been opened up due to the numerous undersea cables that use this technology. In Kenya, the government has invested heavily in connecting every county headquarters and major town with fiber cables, and it is the plan of the current administration to have broadband internet connection in every sub-county headquarters so as to ease communication. This will enable Kenya to utilize the benefits of optic communication for connection in a number of ways, especially in the provision of e-government services. In the medical field, laser technology holds immense potential, particularly for developing world. It enables bloodless surgery and facilitates remote collaboration among doctors, improving patient outcomes and accessibility to specialized medical care. Additionally, advancement in optics and laser, especially in conjunction with the Internet of Things, are reshaping our daily lives, transforming how we interact, shop, and live. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to note that the summer school has been made possible through the mutual support of our international partners, who include the International Center for Theoretic Physics, Dresden, Italy, the Max Planck Society of Germany, the Max Planck Institute for the Science of Light, German, International Commission of Optics, Italy, University of Milan, Italy, Optica, and our local partners, especially National Research Fund and SECOM. Through this partnership, many students and researchers have been fully sponsored to attend the East African Summer School on Optics and Lasers. I would like to encourage more partnerships between our universities, the industries, and other institutions with shared interests. Ladies and gentlemen, this summer school has attracted 19 guest speakers, both internationally and locally, and over 100 participants from 12 African countries and 15 Kenyan universities and institutions. It's worth noting that Multimedia University hosts the National Institute for Optics and Laser, NEOL, which provides training and research opportunities in optics and laser. NEOL's research partnership with the Max Planck Institute for Science of Light in Germany is a testament to the success of government investment through the National Research Fund in advancing research and development in Kenya and beyond. The genesis of this partnership is the research proposal developed by Professor Geoffrey Kihara Rurimo of Multimedia University of Kenya, together with the Emeritus Dr. Gerd Leuch, former director at the Max Planck Institute for the Science of Light in Germany, where Professor Rurimo undertook his doctoral studies. I would like to thank Professor Rurimo for keeping his contact and relationship with his alma mater so as for it to develop into this great partnership. Can we give a clap for you? I would also like to thank Max Planck Institute and Professor Emeritus Dr. Gerd Leuch for seeing it fit to build a relationship with Multimedia University and NEOL. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, during this occasion, the Max Planck Partner Research Group will be officially launched.
This research group is the first one in Africa to be established and sponsored by Max Planck Society of Germany under the category of chemistry, physics, and technology. It is being headed by Professor Geoffrey Kihara, who was appointed by the president of Max Planck Society of Germany. The research partnership is for 5 years, during which period students and staff will collaborate in joint research projects. I would like to thank the Max Planck Society of Germany for the crucial financial support to the research activities at the NIO. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, we should devise methods of commercializing research and innovations to generate income for our institutions, while acknowledging the positive trajectory of Kenya's research output as evidenced by the increase in publications, patents, and innovations over the past 5 years. It is crucial to recognize that we still fall short of the desired annual growth rate of 25%. This necessitates robust investment in strengthening our research infrastructure, incentivizing faculty engagement, and fostering fruitful collaborations with international partners. By prioritizing research excellence, we can generate cutting-edge knowledge that addresses both local and global challenges. Finally, it is my humble duty to declare the East Africa Summer School on Optics and Lasers officially opened, and at the same time officially launch the Max Planck Partner Research Group. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Once more, let's give another hand clap to our chief guest. Madam Chief Guest, with your permission, I request that we have the next session, which is a photo session. And just to guide, we are going to start a photo session with our chief guest, accompanied by the sponsors, followed by our facilitators or the speakers who are going to be with us the whole of the next 2 weeks. Then we are going to be followed by the NEOL postgraduate students. And lastly, we have all the participants in that order. Madam Chief Guest, welcome as we go for our photo session. I request all our speakers kindly join the photo session. Both our international and local speakers. Kindly, for purposes of also Max Planck and all our guests kindly who have come, I request also you join the photo session. I can see a number of our guests. Kindly join the photo session that is going on now. Then I will request that the postgraduate students for the sake of Max Planck Institute, kindly follow the photo session. Then we shall have our staff, including our directors and our deans. Then lastly, I will let all the participants to join the photo sessions. So our directors, our deans, I know you are not many, kindly join the photo session outside. And I know most of you have many engagements after this. The deans and the directors, the staff of Multimedia University of Kenya. Our postgraduate students, kindly, I request that you be out also. Then shortly we shall let all the participants to join the photo session. And as we do that, immediately we are done with the photo sessions. We are going to have a cup of tea, whereby it is just behind this conference hall. But for our VIP...
Mysteries of photons, matter, and matter are indeed still remaining. What's with all that quantum chatter? But you can figure it out, just get the best research and training. Some of life's hardest mysteries need a little bit explaining. Make sure you don't miss out learning about physics and light. It all started with physics and light.
Students can join us here in Erlangen in our graduate school, which is called the International Max Planck Research School Physics of Light.
I think a world-class program.
There's a lot of backgrounds of thinking.
My research topic is on integrating microresonators on chip so that we can generate frequency combs on a very, very small scale.
Well, I want to see if I can entangle light and sound, so photon and a phonon.
I deal with single photons and single molecules, so light-matter interaction at the single quanta limit.
My research is on ultra-short pulse lasers and fiber optics.
So we work with very short pulses in all local fibers, which we make here, and to understand how matter behaves on very short time scales.
What I do specifically is new types of light, specifically quantum light.
My research focuses on the development of new microscopy techniques for the application to fundamental biological questions.
The reason why I choose this IMPRS program is
you have fantastic facility, fantastic research environments.
For example, we have the in-house clean room for nanofabrication.
Having the equipment is not enough, it's also about all the technical expertise.
It's a very helpful, supportive environment, not only because of the IMPRS Monday show or the student chapter.
Very brilliant colleagues, you can interact with colleagues from all around the world.
Erlangen is very central in Germany and it's quite connected to other places.
Erlangen, the town, is quite nice as well because it's very bike friendly.
There are also many global players around the area which help to bridge the gap between industry and academia.
And that's really fantastic, in my opinion.
Not only are people interested in their personal scientific projects, but also curious about the world.
So we are never limited by the equipment, but only by our imagination. Which sounds cheesy, but it's actually true.
You see, the topics are fantastic, standards at the highest level. People love to work here, no barriers at all. So come on, just excel by starting at the MBL. Launch your career when you do it well.
we are having today is an ongoing training. It has been ongoing from Monday. It's going to be 5 days until Friday. And mainly what we are training people in is the installation of solar panels and every component that comes with installations from home. If anyone needs solar PV technologies, the panels, the batteries, the charge controllers, the inverters, and so forth. So from this training, the students that you are seeing in the back view are learning the very basics to begin with, from electricity, these components, what they entail, what are they going to look for when they go to purchase such items, or even before they purchase them, what do they need to consider from the place that they want to install them into. We are an avenue of creating job opportunities for the youth that take part in this training, because now they'll go forth with the certifications they acquire. They will acquire licensing to be able to install these technologies as technicians.
This week we have a solar PV training, solar photovoltaics training. It has started from Monday, 30th of November, and it is going for 5 days. So it's ending on 4th of December. So basically, we are instilling skills on solar installations, designing, and sizing. We have about 17 participants. Most of them are students from Multimedia University of Kenya, and they are really interested to know more about green energy technologies and solar technologies. After this training, they will be now skilled solar technicians.
I'm a third year student in multimedia, pursuing a bachelor's in renewable energy and technology. So this week we've been here in the T1, T2 training, which is a renewable energy research consortium, where I'm going to be a participant. I'm here because I want to be impacted in my knowledge, and at the end of this course, I expect to be able to be consulted according to the solar PV installation, and I expect to have knowledge of installing myself and even assembling and coming up with new ideas to impact the world in terms of energy, concentrating on the renewable energy. The experience so far is very good. It's the third day, but I think I've gained more knowledge than I expected. Right now we are doing the hands-on, it's the practical unit, and I think they're impacting very well because it's easier to understand when it comes to the practical sessions more than the theoretic. And I think it is very beneficial to me so far.
The experience is good so far. At the end of this program, I expect to have gained more knowledge, to be able to understand how to install appliances, how to choose the correct appliances, how to deal with customers and their demands. The experience has been very inspiring, being that there are more female students than male students. It's actually a great honor. So, yeah, the program so far has been good.
It has been a wonderful experience as an intern here. I've been an intern for the past 1 year since the consortium was established, and it has been a continual educational and a learning process. When I see myself wearing an overall, when I see myself carrying a solar panel, when I see myself connecting a battery to power the loads, it has been a wonderful experience being part of the consortium. And next to it, we are proud and even more happy to have the first T1, T2 training, solar PV training in MMU. It has been a wonderful journey since the consortium was born, and as you can see the growth, and even having the first T1, T2 training, it has been a great milestone. It has been a wonderful reception, and the students getting, or rather the trainees getting to understand and to attach what they have in class and what is there practically. I'd like to urge those in the science and engineering courses to flood up these trainings, mostly from MMU or rather any other institution from any other company in the energy sector. They can come to obtain the skills that are in line with the trainings that we have.
This week is a landmark for us because we are having the first T1, T2 solar workshop, whereby we are focusing on our young youth, especially the science and engineering students. And so far, so good. We had a very good feedback, whereby we have a total of about 16 young men and women who are joined us in this workshop. We expect them at the end of the workshop to actually just apply what they have learned, and of course get licenses from the energy sector. At the same time, we are also working in partnership with the educational institutions in Germany, whereby we are collaborating into these hands-on skills. And I want to welcome all of you, especially those who are in the energy sector, to join us to actually be part of this consortium. The main aim is to actually equip the hands-on skills to these young, consultants. And one of the skills is the sizing, how they are going to size these solar components. As you are aware, we have had a challenge when it comes to malfunctioning of the solar components in our domestic and industrial sector. At the same time, once they get licensed, we expect that as a university, we are going to actually do a pilot project of a solar PV plant within our institution, and also do awareness workshops within our community, just to make sure that we do actually the correct sizing of these solar components within our nation.
A laptop is an essential asset in the modern society. However, many of them are lost as a result of theft, taking with them vital information. But now comes Electracker, an online system that gives users the ability to register various electronic devices using their serial numbers. To access Electracker services, visit the website, create an account, log into your account, register the device serial number. In case your device is stolen, you report in the portal. Electracker will then help you track and recover the device.
I had lost my laptop, but thanks to Electracker, I found it. Asante sana, Electracker.
Electracker helped me track and recover my lost laptop, which was stolen on my way from school. Wewe pia jaribu Electracker, cause iko fiti.
A laptop is an essential asset in the modern society. However, many of them are lost as a result of theft, taking with them vital information. But now comes Electracker, an online system that gives users the ability to register various electronic devices using their serial numbers. To access Electracker services, visit the website, create an account, log into your account, register the device serial number. In case your device is stolen, you report in the portal. Electracker will then help you track and recover the device.
I had lost my laptop, but thanks to Electracker, I found it. Asante sana, Electracker.
Tracker helped me track and recover my lost laptop, which was stolen on my way from school. Wewe pia jaribu Electracker, cause iko fiti.
A laptop is an essential asset in the modern society. However, many of them are lost as a result of theft taking with them vital information. But now comes Electracker, an online system that gives users the ability to register various electronic devices using their serial numbers. To access Electracker services, visit the website, create an account, log into your account, register the device serial number. In case your device is stolen, you report in the portal. Electracker will then help you track and recover the device.
I had lost my laptop, but thanks to Electracker, I found it.
This is a branch of physics that studies the generation, propagation, and detection of rays. We were exempted from taxation. I invite other people to run a hashtag. Hashtag is Nero.
A laptop is an essential asset in the modern society. However, many of them are lost as a result of theft taking with them vital information. But now comes Electracker, an online system that gives users the ability to register various electronic devices using their serial numbers. To access Electracker services, visit the website, create an account, log into your account.
This is a branch of physics that studies the generation, propagation-based economy. Responded to that call, and in July last year, we received good news that we were successful to actually get a partnership with the Max Planck Institute for the Science of Right in Germany. The research partnership is going to last for 5 years, and every year we are being supported with a grant of 20,000 euros. That money is specifically meant to cater for the training of students at the postgraduate level. Now this year we were also blessed to win global scholarships. 3 of our students, 2 undergraduates and 1 postgraduate, were able to win global scholarships administered by Optica Publishing Company. Now, this is the largest publishing group in the world in the area of optics and photonics. Previously, they were known as Optical Society of America. Now, 2 students, they got an award, 1-year award of $7,500 US. And that was under the category of black students undertaking optics and lasers. It was a global award. 15 of them were awarded globally, and we are lucky to have 2 of our students among 15 recipients globally. After that, we also had, we had the same group, Optica Publishing Group, announced also for the first time a call for women scientists in the field of optics and lasers. Now, this one did not specify whether black or white or yellow. It was globally. And they had slots for 20 women. We are lucky to have one of our students, a 4th-year student, being among the 20 to win that scholarship. And the scholarship is worth $10,000 US. Actually, when you look at the list of the women, the 20 women, one thing I noted was that 6 of them were from US, and others were from that part of the world. So for us to be part of that list, it's a big achievement, and we are proud of that. And we
are grateful to NRF because that would not have been possible without what we are having behind us here. As part of our success story, before I get to the next point, let me also add that as part of these scholarships, these students, they are going to travel to the US in October to attend a workshop, a mentorship workshop. And they're also going to be connected to mentors. So this is just the beginning of the journey for them. And we are looking forward from among these students, or actually all of them, the three of them, to have people that are going to come and contribute immensely in the field and the growth of the area of optics and lasers, not only in MMU, but also in Kenya. We are also in the process of launching the first PhD program in optics and photonics, and we are likely to have our first intake in the month of September 2022, that is this year. I would like just to mention the laboratory equipments that we have with us that we are going to come across in the labs that are behind us. We have the optical tables, state-of-the-art optical tables. Now, in any optics and research laboratory, an optical table is like a real estate. It's like that breadboard for those who work in electronics, that breadboard where you mount ICs. So an optical table is very key because that is the surface on which you mount your setup. We cannot mount on the tables because of the high instability. Now, the optical tables that we have here, they are state-of-the-art. One lab has 4 of them. The second one the same, but the research lab has 2, which are actually 3 meters by 1.5 meters. Now, these tables, they are pneumatically suspended. That means they can be able to absorb even very minute vibrations. For example, as we walk around, you may not believe, we cause a lot of vibration to the ground, and that we can be able to detect with the optical setups in the lab. Even when vehicles move around there, some of us use that pad there. When vehicles pass around there, we can be able to detect vibrations in the lab because optical setups are very precise and able to measure very small distances and vibrations. So we also have Fabry-Perot interferometers. These are used in the diagnosis of lasers. So any laser equipment in the market, we can be able to diagnose. Most of the times, the users use the laser as a black box. And even when it malfunctions or it is not working optimally, most of the users will not be able to detect that. But we have the capacity here to detect and tell the user that your laser is not working optimally, and we can be able to diagnose. The story we are telling here is that instead of our users in the market going abroad to seek attention because of the equipment they are using, we are available to do the same. We also have an assortment of lasers, different colors, and we are going to see them. And these are also used for training. We also have cameras, charge-coupled devices, cameras, CCD cameras. We also have a spectrum analyzer, optical spectrum analyzer. These are important, for example, for measuring wavelengths. We also have an assortment of optical components, and this we are going to encounter as we get to the lab. As I come to the end, let me also mention, especially concerning our master student. For the first time ever, we will be able to conduct high-end research in the laboratories that we are going to visit here. And I would like to mention the titles of the projects that our students are going to handle. So we are going to do For example, we have a student working on cell-phone-based optical malaria diagnostic platform. When you hear malaria, we are talking about home, malaria. We are going to look at, to deal with a project of bombing height thin films using variable angle spectroscopic ellipsometry. Bombing height thin films. That is the skin of the cow. So we are going to deal with that. We are going to look at orographic correction of spherical and surface aberrations of low quality spherical mirror. We are going to look at the spectroscopic study to resolve the closely spaced hyperfine lines of rubidium 85. That is a high-level research. We are looking at generation of isolated attosecond pulse in a plasmonic enhanced two-color laser field and a static electric field. And we are also going to look at the study of the focal region of highly focused laser using graphene structures. That kind of research will not have been possible, we will not have dreamt of it without the facilities that we have beside us here. We thank you, NRF. Lastly, about one or two challenges. In the procurement of our laboratory items, and mostly all of them have come from abroad, we have had a challenge, our chief guest peers, in regard to taxation. We would like to request the government to consider exempting institutions of higher learning from taxation, especially when the funding has come from the government. It appears that we get money from one hand, but on the other hand, we give something. And not just little. It is quite substantial. You find the amount that we receive as funding from NRF, about a fifth of it actually goes to taxation. If only we were exempted from taxation, we would have been able to add more laboratory equipment here to be able to serve our nation and to be able to serve those that are around us. Number two challenge that I would like to mention, we do highly appreciate the protocols in place that one has to follow, especially when you win a grant from abroad. I mentioned that because of the partnership that we have in Max Planck Institute for the Science of Right. There are protocols that we had to follow for us to be able to finally get into the agreement with the foreign institution. The process is tedious. I wish it can be made a bit friendly, a bit lighter, so that we don't lose the opportunity to engage with our foreign partners. Especially in that case, we are almost losing that partnership because we slightly overshoot the deadline. Finally, we want to request that may the government continue to fund NRF so that this institution can be able to fund Kenyans and also to fund institutions to be able to train and to support research in the country. I've had the honor of traveling to a few institutions across this country, and I can tell you, every institution that have been able to have an opportunity, there is a mark of NRF, either PhD students supported or master students or projects similar to what we are witnessing today. So we pray and trust that the government will continue to support NRF to accomplish her mandate. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, Professor Kihara. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a round of applause. I bet you could feel the passion that he has for this area of study. When I engage him, he always has to talk about lasers. And I'm interested in lasers because I like watching science fiction movies. And there they shoot people with lasers. So I tell him, how far are we off from this thing? So maybe one day we might invent it here at our National Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, just to inform you that this event is being streamed live by ourselves using the capacity of our Faculty of Media and Communication. So we are streaming this live on our YouTube channel. For those from MMU, we've been sending out the link so that you can share with your friends and everybody else. Also, as is the trend, and as you know, MMU, we are leaders in communication. We are running a hashtag. Hashtag is neolaunch.ke. For those who are social media savvy, we ask you to please share that with your friends. Number 2, we also have another hashtag, optics and laser. Hashtag optics and laser. So please feel free to share that with your friends so that we can elevate this event to the level it requires. Ladies and gentlemen, before I call my DVC,
let's settle down. Kindly, all the participants who are outside the hall, we request that you come in, take your seats. We want to begin. Just in case you need a Wi-Fi, we have an ICT team behind to assist you. All our marshals kindly help us to ensure that all the participants are settled. Our speakers kindly feel welcome. Professor Geoffrey Kihara will be leading us in the next session to introduce the speaker. Announcement, the participants who are still at the back, we request that you join us in the conference hall. We are about to start the next session. Thank you. The participants, we are calling upon you to join us, to come into the conference hall. As we wait for Professor Kihara to take us in the next session.
World work. What does the future hold? The excitement of new ideas, passionate pursuit of new knowledge, expanding the horizons of all. These belong to everyone. The Abdus Salam International Center for Theoretical Physics has a unique mission that supports research excellence in physics and mathematics, and the nurturing of sustainable science for all. ICTP's founder, the Nobel laureate Abdus Salam, believed that science is the common heritage of all humanity. The center supports researchers from less advantaged countries and works to remove barriers they may face. Here, everyone speaks one common language: science. Basic and applied research are both vital for society, from fundamental particles to black holes, from climate change to quantum computing. Work at ICTP is guided by curiosity and big ideas. ICTP's vibrant atmosphere of collaboration opens doors. The exchanges and global scientific networks built here create fertile ground for new discoveries. These connections encourage brain gain. ICTP's training and education programs support scientists throughout their careers. They share their knowledge with students, enriching the global community of researchers. ICTP, where outstanding scientists explore the frontiers of knowledge, build capacity, and promote bright minds. A community united by the power of science. Humans have always been curious. Why is the world the way it is?
Dr. Mojde did her PhD in New Zealand at the University of Otago. Actually, one of my supervisors, when I was doing my master's in Australia, did also his PhD in University of Otago, and that is now he's Professor Mary Hamilton of the University of Adelaide. So she did her work in cold atoms, and now she's doing her postdoc at Max Planck Institute for the Science of Light under Professor Dr. Geert Roix. So let's give a clap as we welcome Dr. Mojde.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jeffrey. My name is Mojde. Habari Nimafurahi Kuba Hapa. I hope I pronounce it good. It's a great pleasure to be here. It's actually my first time in Africa. I'm incredibly excited to learn about culture, about the nature, and everything. So, yeah. I decided to change the topic of my talk for today. It's supposed to be self-induced transparency solitons. I will leave that for Friday because today is first day of school. I thought the best idea would be that we go through basic stuff all together, basically to build up the ground for the more advanced stuff in the coming stage. So hopefully that will be beneficial for students mostly and everybody else. Yeah, this talk is related to the second order correlation function. Actually, how one can, it's a theoretical talk, but it has experiments as well. How one can calculate that from the two different types of the measurement. It's the collaborative group are Julian Logat in Paris. and Hannah did most of the measurement. Yeah, so every quantum system that we would like to study, either we look at that in the Hilbert space or into the phase space. The Hilbert space, we are working with operators, but in the phase space, we are working with functions. Actually, phase space was proposed by Bigna and Bale to deal with some of the difficulties that we had into the Hilbert space, because one of the main issue in the Hilbert space was that when the size of the system increasing, it becomes very difficult to do your computation. But have it possible to connect an operator into the by a function into the phase space. This is need to be done through a mapping, but this mapping is not unique. Depending on the type of the operators that you have, if it's normal ordering, the function is different. If it's symmetric ordering, it's different. Anti-symmetric is different. So the normal ordering, usually one can do the mapping by the P function or Galoba-Sudarshan function. Symmetric ordering usually is responsible for the Wigner distribution, which is widely used in quantum optics. And anti-normal ordering is for Q function. Each type of this ordering also responsible for a type of the measurement. For example, in the normal ordering, you usually use direct detection. And for a symmetric ordering, is responsible for the homodyne detection, and anti-normal ordering, heterodyne detection. In this site, we will basically focus on direct detection and homodyne detection, and how one can actually access the Canora correlation function from both of these measurements. Let's start from the beginning. If you have a classical field, simply if we write it down, we would like to know what is the concept of the quadrature. So you can write it based on the cosine and sine, and so basically x1, which is responsible for the amplitude of magnetic field multiplied by cosine of theta, this can be your x1, which is basically quadrature 1. And then that is quadrature 2. Quadrature usually comes in the pair. You can also represent that the field as in the phasor diagram. So in this case, second. Oh, sorry, I am not changing the slide. I'm changing for myself. Sorry about that. Okay. So I had one issue last night. I did not bring my charger, so my laptop is out of charge. I'm using Gerard laptop. I'm using my iPad here, and both are not connected to each other. So I have to be careful in presentation. Sorry. All right. So I will focus on this. Let's look at the operators, quadratures. What is the quadrature? X and x2, so-called classical quadrature of the field. If you want to look at the phasor diagram, you have to first write electric field as this form, which this stands for the amplitude of the field, and this is amplitude of the phasor, and then you can look at that as a phasor diagram like this. And if we want to, if we use the second quantization, and we write the electric field based on the creation and annihilation operators, then we don't have the what we have quadrature operators here. And quadrature operators do not commute with each other. That means they raise the uncertainty principle. You cannot measure both of them simultaneously together. And since they are Hermitian, they are also observable in the lab as well. So you can also write the Hamiltonian of the harmonic oscillator based on the quadrature as this one. So keep that in your mind. We will back to that. First, we need to basically review different type of the quantum state that we have. Then we will use the quadrature to demonstrate them into the phase diagram. The first state, number state, the simplest state possible. They are basically eigen state of the creation Hamiltonian. Creation operator, excuse me, and they act on the ground state. So the ground state, so-called also vacuum state. The amplitude of the photons into the ground state are 0, but the fluctuation are not 0. So on average, you have always fluctuation of the noise, and this so-called quantum noise. The number state are not the best state to show a laser beam with. Therefore, because they are not suitable for defining the phase. Therefore, the best would be that we change the state to something else, so-called coherent state. So the coherent state basically are the result of the creation operator onto the ground state. So basically, by acting and when creation displacement operator on the ground state. When displacement operator acts on the ground state, it displaces the vacuum state, but the fluctuation still exists. Theoretically, you can say the coherent state are the eigenstate of the annihilation operator. You can also write them down as a superposition of the number state. Then we have mixed state. To represent mixed state, you need to use density operator. It's important to not confuse mixed state with the superposition of the state, because the superposition of the state usually contains or holds the coherency between the state. However, in the mixed state, this is absent. One of the most famous state of the mixed state is thermal state, which is dependent on the temperature. At the 0 temperature, it's equivalent with a vacuum state. When the temperature increases, it becomes mixture of the different type of states. Let's look at the vacuum state and coherent state on the phasor diagram. Here we have a coherent state the phasor diagram by based on the two quadrature, x1 and x2. Basically, what you see here, you see a shaded circle. What it shows, this shaded circle, is just the uncertainty in two quadrature is equivalent. So basically, the electric field, the field could be anywhere inside of this shaded area. We don't know where. It's uncertain. So for the vacuum state, the same form, but it has the minimum uncertainty. So the standard deviation of both quadrature, it's usually 1/2. Not usually, it's always 1/2. So a coherent state fluctuates with some variances, it has uncertainty. Now, one type of the state is that a squeeze state. Let's assume it's possible that we kind of reduce noise from one of these quadrata. Maybe if we can do that, we can use it for some application. So how we can do that? If we reduce the noise from all the from both sides, this is violent Heisenberg uncertainty. So it's not. It should be only from one of the quadrata. So if you do that from one quadrata, the result of that to keep the Heisenberg uncertainty is that it will increase from the another quadrata. So therefore, your state becomes look like an ellipse. So in the squeeze state, you have the shape of the state is like an ellipse. So for example, this one, the noise has been reduced in quadrata 1 and increased in quadrata x2. How much it should be reduced? It should be reduced below the vacuum noise. So remember, we say the standard deviation of the vacuum noise is 1/2. When you go below that, you say your state is squeezed in that quadrature. Why is that important to do that? Because then we can use it for application. When it's not, any noise is not usually used for that application. But if we can reduce it in some quadrature, then we can use it for different things. Here you see a coherent state. Here you a little squeeze state. Here is significantly reduced. But how about the last one? The last one has a shape of the ellipse, but it's not a squeeze because that quadrature which reduced is not reduced below the vacuum state. So not every ellipse is basically a squeeze state. All right, we have different type of the squeezing. This is so-called magnitude squeezing, phase squeezing, quadrature squeezing, and quadrature vacuum squeezing. I will talk about the magnitude squeezing mainly on Friday. It's related to the self-induced transparency. And my colleague will talk about quadrature squeezing and phase squeezing on, I think, Thursday and Friday. So I highly recommend to follow that because it's also experimental, it's talk and would be very useful. So how we can have this squeezing? There's many ways of having a squeeze light, but three more well-known ones maybe is four-wave, Kerr effect, parametric down conversion, and self-induced transparency, which recently we published something about that. For the, okay, I will back to this slide later. Every state has a statistic, a photon number distribution, basically, which I would like also review that. A coherent state has a photonian distribution function, and the variances of that is equivalent with a square of photon number. Number state is a delta function, and the variances of number state is 0. Thermal state, the variances are above a square of the photon number, so it has so-called super photonian distribution. But how about the squeeze state? A squeeze state, because in one quadrature get a squeeze and another quadrature it expands, so in the one which is a squeeze has subphotonian distribution, and in another one becomes super photonian distribution. resolution. So that's something that one need to notice. So then what is the issue? In the experiment, then if we do two type of measurement, if we do homodyne detection, and if we do the direct detection, determining the state would be slightly different. You can use second order correlation function to determine your type of the state. I will tell you about that. If you do the if you use two direct detector, you easily can measure this second order correlation function, and then from there you can realize what is your state. It's a thermal, it's a current, whatever it is. If you do homodyne detection, you can't directly access to the this quantity second order correlation function, or G2. I will call it G2 from now. And all you can do, you get access to the density matrix. From the density matrix, you can calculate your Wigner function, and from the Wigner function, basically, you can again calculate the G2. So the trick is that you have to derive G2 from the Wigner distribution that we, in the first slide, we had talked about. Oh, one slide is missing. So what is this G2? Should have talked about this before. Okay, anyway. G2 basically measure the correlation between two intensity of the light which coming from one source with a time delay of the source. If this G2 is 1, it means you have a coherent state. If it's 2, you have a thermal state, and if it's 3 plus 1 over expectation value of the photon number, then you have a squeeze state. So basically for the squeeze state, it's above 3. You can work it out by putting the variances into the formula and work it out by own, and you can send it to me if you are interested. To see really it's 1 for coherent state and 2 for thermal state. So you can do that as an exercise. Yeah. Briefly talk about the Wigner function. So we say Wigner function is a distribution function in the phasor space that contains all the information about the Hamiltonian in the system. Hamiltonian of the system. Maybe this is very okay. Let me start from the beginning. To calculate the Wigner function, you need two bases. This is position operator and momentum operator. If you derive the unitary operator of the position and the momentum operator, you can you basically have the displacement operator for both of them. Then you can define a general displacement operator which contains both x and t. Basically, if it acts on the state, it will replace x and p. If you calculate the Fourier transform of the general displacement operator, then you get another type of the function, so-called Escheratonov-Weil quantizer. You need this Escheratonov-Weil quantizer to map your operator from the Hilbert space to the to a function into the phasor space. So, for example, imagine you have operator R. You wanna if it acts onto the Escheratonov-Weil operator, then you get a function, which this function is a distribution function, which explains what happened in your system. Now, if your operator R is density matrix, the function is Wigner function. So basically, Wigner function is result of the density matrix acting on the Sharp-Sonoviev-Bell quantizer, which is basically Fourier transform of general displacement operator that we just introduced. Okay, so let's assume you have now access to the Wigner function. How one can transfer G2 in the form of the symmetric ordering operator, which give you the equivalent result with a normal ordering. So this is the this was the equation that we had for the normal ordering operator of the G2. In the symmetric ordering, I call it NW. N stands for the Wigner. The operator, so you can write the photon number as this form, which is n plus 1/2. So n of it's a normal ordering operator. NW is symmetric ordering operator. If you extract N2 as well, this will be this in this shape. So basically, you can now work out and get a second expression for the G2. And the expression for G2 based on the Wigner function look like this. How I can calculate the moment now? The moment N and NW for the based on the Wigner, it's integral of the Wigner function over the phase space, including normalization constant. So by having the Wigner function, you can have access to NW and NW2, and then you can work out the G2. The same you will get. So basically, when you are having a coherent state, you get a G2 1. For the thermal state 2, and for the squeeze state, depending how many photons your state contains, it starts to increase and becomes above 3. And the lower photon number you have into the you get a much larger G2 for the squeeze state. Is the notation very small? Can you see them? I have a feeling that they're really tiny. Is it okay for this? And now the question is, does it under attenuation or not? And this is very important thing, because from time to time we forget about it. It's easy to actually work it out theoretically. If you have a linear loss in your system and field moves towards to the beam splitter is splitted, eta here shows the losses or attenuation into the system. You can easily work it out. You can use this expression, which is A out after field moves towards to the beam splitter, and plug it into the equation that we just calculated here for the G2, and then you will easily realize that no, G2 is not related, is not dependent on the losses. Doesn't matter how many, how much linear loss you have into the system, you should still be able to figure out what is your state. And maybe if students student, if you are also interested, just do this derivation and just send it to me. Would be nice to see you work it out by own. And we can show that on the graph as well. For example, we have a squeeze state with G2 somehow around above 4. If it and then under attenuation, what will happen? You still will get a G2, but it moves towards to the 0 because the photon number reduces. So still you can say this was a squeeze state that I have detected. Now let's move to the more serious things related to the experiment. Experiment is based on the parametric down conversion. So this is one way of generating a squeeze light. How they do? They pump a laser beam to the nonlinear crystal, which has Ki2 nonlinearity. The output of that will be a two-mode squeeze light. So each of these modes, one of them called signal, another one idler. This has different polarization. The signal has different polarization with idler. Together, they have they so-called two-mode squeeze light. If you observe each of them separately, they are not a squeeze. They show a thermal state. But together, if you observe them, they are a squeeze. So they are highly also correlated to together. In the experiment, this is a setup of the experiment. This is the laser. Laser beam moves towards the crystal, nonlinear crystal. And you get two, here you get two mode squeeze light. In front of that, there is a halfway plate and a polarization beam splitter. So basically, in the halfway plate, what is responsible, it mixes the beams together. When it's 0, these two are not mixed, totally separated from each other. When it is on the 22.5 degree, these two modes are maximally mixed together. From here, after polarization beam splitter, the two beams split in two parts. One of them goes towards another fiber beam splitter, which basically do 2 times direct detection to calculate G2. Another one goes here for the homodyne detection. So you can also look at the schematic picture here. So we get 2 modes which are highly correlated to each other but has different polarization. At angle 0, they are not mixed together. One of them goes to the direct detection, another one goes to the homodyne detection. Both detections basically observe a thermal light. At angle 22.5 degree, they are highly mixed to each other, therefore they are in the squeeze state, and one of them goes to the direct, need to indicate what should be the G2 that in this case homodyne and direct detection should give us. So remember, for thermal state, G2 was 2. For the squeeze state was 3 plus 1 over the number of the photons that we have. So in this case, I don't expect that I calculate a G2 equivalent to 2 because I'm not anymore having a thermal state. So we've been talking quite a lot about the Wigner function. That's how it looks like into the phase space. At the angle 0, what is happening? At the angle 0, the modes are separated from each other, so we are in a thermal state. So here is the shape of the Wigner. It's very much a circle like a current state, but a little bit larger than, because it's a thermal state, so it's larger than the current state. By increasing the angles, I'm not sure if it's clear. Maybe in that monitor is more clear, but if you look at that, you see it started to be a little bit like an ellipse. By increasing the angle, it becomes more and more, and at 2, it gets to the maximum ellipse. That's where you have the maximum squeeze state. Do you confirm it? Can you see that, or it's not very clear? Okay. I think it's okay. You can also, so that was from the Wigner function. This was only Wigner distribution. Now we can, for the direct detection, we simply measure the G2. And so you see at angle 0, we get to 2. And by increasing the angle, it has started to, these are the experimental data. So it started to increase until it becomes on the maximum. Why it becomes large? Because now I have a squeeze state. G2 is larger than 3. Depending on how many photon number I have, it becomes very, very large because this is very weak pulse. Therefore, there is a small amount of photon number there. So G2 is can be very, very large. We can also we also calculate it from the Wigner function. But for the Wigner one, the trend is there. You can see is there, but it's very noisy. So not for all the angles works perfectly. And the main reason is that constructing the density matrix for a very weak pulses is usually not very trivial. So it has a lot of yeah, that by that I would like to finish my talk. I will continue on Friday on talking about solitons, and yeah, thank you for your attention. So I know that some of the slides might not be easy to follow. Please send me an email if you need a slide or need more description. I'm usually always available for you.
Let's give a clap to our presenter. This time we are going to have just a few minutes in case one has a question or a clarification that you may want to seek, so that our presenter can actually give us the answer.
Yes. the reason that we do homodynamic detection is because basically we're not only interested to measure distance, but we also would like to look at the Wigner function, the distribution of the state, get some other measurement as well. So that's the reason that we do that. However, if we do only the direct detection, this is good. This is very much limited to the work that we can do. Depends. Well, I'm not experimentalist, sorry about that, but yeah, I think it also very much depends.
Thank you. We can give a card to Mojde, but just something probably to seek a bit of clarification. On your slide number 24, there was some experimental result there, slide number 24. I don't know whether we can be able to have it back or it's not possible. So where we had the half wave plate angle on the x-axis. Are we having it there? Is slide number 24. Yeah, that one. Yeah. Thank you. So we are changing the wave plate angle. So I believe this is connected to polarization. Because really the half wave plate angle is going to change the phase of the input beam. So can you tell us a little bit more about how polarization is playing a role in the result that we have there? How, for example, what is the input and how we are measuring the output? We can give a clap to Mojde. I think because of time, what I would suggest, since we have the next speaker ready,
second objective on the side with a slit just before this horizontal objective. And in this way, they were illuminating just the plane that they wanted to look at. And this idea was great. It gave them, I think, the Nobel Prize in 1912, I think, for their studies on colloidal gel. So this was a great idea, never used again for hundreds of years. And the reason was that the excitation lights and the detectors that they had were not efficient enough. But now we have lasers and we have very efficient cameras. And in the last 20 years, no, well, not 20, but like in the last 10 years, light sheet fluorescence microscopy has become one of the most used techniques in microscopy to obtain optical sectioning capability. So the idea of the ultra microscope today, nowadays, we call it light sheet fluorescence microscopy. And basically in this technique, what we do is the following. We shape the laser light in, we sculpture in the shape of a plane of light, okay? And with this plane of light, we excite the fluorescence from a hole to the plane of our sample, and then we collect the fluorescence orthogonally to the excitation axis with another objective, and we send the image directly to a camera. So in this way, we are very efficient in the collection and in the excitation of our samples. And the two main advantages that we have is that if we compare it with confocal microscopy, what happens in confocal microscopy is that, as I mentioned, you always excite a cone of light from your whole sample. And then you just look at one plane, and then you have to move. In light sheet, you only excite what you look at. So you can use a lower dose of light. The dose of light is very low. This is a very gentle method that allows you to reduce the photo damage to your samples. And the other thing is that there is a parallel illumination and parallel detection. Okay, so this means that we can go very fast, and we can exploit this to create three-dimensional reconstructions of our system while they move, for example. So if we move our samples through the light sheet or the light sheet through our samples, we can collect many 2D images of our samples, and then we can put them back together to create a three-dimensional reconstruction of them. And this, for example, is a root tip of an Arabidopsis thaliana root, where basically the nuclei were marked with a nuclear stain. And you can see we can reconstruct in 3D the root, and then we can also section it digitally at this point. We don't have to cut the root. We have a very good lateral and transversal sectioning capability that we've done with the post-processing. So we can analyze the distribution of the cells in the root, for example. And then we also have a very large field of view in this. We also have a very large field of view with this method, with this blah, blah, blah. Okay. I okay. So, yes, we have a very large field of view. So, for example, in this case, we are looking at a zebrafish larvae brain that was stained with a genetically encoded probe for calcium. Okay, in this case, basically, this is the brain of a zebrafish like the one I showed you earlier. And here it's not very visible with this projector, but we have all the neurons. This is the neuropile from the brain. And when you see that there is something bright coming up, that's the activation of one neuron. Okay, so we can monitor with this technique in real time the brain activity, for example, in the brain of a zebrafish larva, and we can do it on a very large field of view. These are different regions in the brain. This is the optic region. This is the motor area. This is the hindbrain, the decisional point where the zebrafish takes decisions on direction turns, for example. And we can do this for hours without damaging the sample. With the two-photon microscopy, which is the golden standard for this type of experiments, usually we can see only less than 1/4. So we cannot, for example, do correlations between what happens in one area and another one. And if we are not interested in something that happens so quickly, we can also exploit this method to perform long-term time-lapse imaging to look at the development of entire animals, for example. Here we are looking at the development of the cardiovasculature in a zebrafish larva, again, that we monitored for 3 days. And we did this without damaging the zebrafish, because the zebrafish, after all, can still, for example, swim, get prey, we can catch prey, and so on. And so these are the main properties of this microscopy technique. Of course, there are also drawbacks. It's not perfect. You cannot do everything with this. Some people really want to do this light sheet fluorescence microscopy because it's great. It has drawbacks too, like everything. So it's good when you use it in combination with others. So one of the main drawbacks is the fact that scattering and absorption centers destroy your image. Okay. So if you have, for example, an absorption center, that will I can go on if you want. But yes, exactly. Maybe it's time for questions. But yes. Okay, so the light sheet fluorescence microscopy is intrinsically a wide field method. So the lateral resolution is the one of your detection system, okay, and is just the same as all other wide field methods. So you have no improvement in resolution laterally, but you do have some improvement in resolution in Z if you play properly with the numerical aperture of your detection and illumination, because the final PSF, the final resolution is dependent on the convolution between the light sheet and the detection PSF. So the thickness, yes, the beam waist, it depends. You can tune it. It depends on the numerical aperture again, but few micrometers. So in a standard one, like the one that I usually make, it's 3 micrometers. Okay. So it's you can have methods to improve that if that's what you want to improve. So of course, if you consider confocal microscopy at very high NA with very high NA objectives and the high magnifications, you have definitely a better PSF, a better axial resolution. But it's more or less the same for the same type of detection objectives. This method is commonly used with low magnification objectives for the detection, like 4x, 10x, 20x. We do also 60x or 100x, but those are very peculiar systems where the light sheet is different. Maybe it's a lattice light sheet where you have not a normal Gaussian beam. So it depends, but typically few micrometers, 3 micrometers, I would say. With Ega, I will show you. So basically, I am a master of gelatin. I can make cakes with Ega now. Basically, we have the sample mounting. It's something that is very important in general, and light sheet allows you to mount your sample in 3D. I will show you in a second, but that's it's a key step. Like mounting the sample is something that is key in general, but especially in light sheet where you can mount the sample in 3D, because you have a lot of space that you are left with because of this this orthogonal arrangement. So you can mount your samples 3-dimensionally. For example, the zebrafish, we embed them in agarose so that they are immobilized, but or also other samples, we immobilize them, but they maintain their 3-dimensional arrangement. And sometimes, for example, for the zebrafish, you just have to fix the cell, the head, and you remove the agarose around the tail so it can still swim. So there are tricks. So I go back. Actually, are there other questions from the students? Anything? Yes. 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 Okay. Yes. Oh, these are all great questions. So first of all, here today I'm not going to talk about the two-photon light sheet. Maybe I have a slide, but for two-photon microscopy, that's a very good question. So in general, in two-photon microscopy, which is not what I'm showing right now, in that case, yes, you need to be very careful with the laser power that you're using, and you need to be very aware that you might burn the sample. It happened to me many times, unfortunately, even with the two-photon light sheet. And the thing is that I've been discussing this a lot in the past, and right now people have moved from femtosecond lasers that that run at 80 megahertz to lower frequencies. So, for example, with 10 kilohertz, it's better. So you have less thermic damage, but that's definitely something you have to be very careful with. Yes. So what you usually do is a lot of tests beforehand. It's very important, even for material science, because sometimes you can induce modifications of your samples without realizing, and then what you measure is the effect of your modification rather than what happens to what the sample is made of. Okay, so other questions? Okay. So I will try to explain what was in that slide. So I was mentioning, if you have absorption centers and you are illuminating from a side, what's going to happen is that the absorption center will cast a shadow behind. So you will see stripes. So one of the artifacts, one of the problems with light sheet fluorescence microscopy is that you can have these striping artifacts, which is not good. The other problem is you are affected by the scattering, like with all microscopy techniques, by the way. But scattering, just to say, is nothing but a mismatch in index of refraction, okay? So if you can create an environment for your sample where there is no mismatch in index of refraction, you partially solve this problem. For the absorption centers, that's a little bit different. If your absorption centers are in your sample, you're doomed. There is nothing you can do. But sometimes, for some samples, it's possible to remove the absorption centers. For example, if you have pigments in your zebrafish, you can choose a line that doesn't have pigments, like albino or pearl zebrafish. And there are even other samples where basically you can remove the pigments with some chemicals. Exactly. So that's very important. To have the best imaging, you need your sample to be transparent at the wavelength that you are using for the imaging, okay? Which might not be what you see with your eyes, but needs to be transparent somehow, or at least translucent, okay? So these are the stripes that I was mentioning. If here we have like a black dot, we will see a stripe behind. But there are also ways to sort this, even if your sample has these black marks, for example, or darker marks. One way is, for example, to send light from different angles. So we can, for example, take our light sheet and tilt it from different angles. If you tilt your light sheet and arrive at your sample with a different angle, you illuminate behind your absorption center. Yes, and if you illuminate from the side, you reduce your artifact of the stripes. Another way is to basically have two cameras or rotate your sample and take different views of your sample and then put them back together afterwards. So you can look at your sample from two sides, or you can illuminate with two light sheets, one from one side and one from the other side. And that will reduce your problems with the absorbing structures. But definitely, these are the types of samples we like, the ones that are transparent, okay? Cells, spheroids. Spheroids are agglomerates of cells that are being used more and more to reduce the use of animals in research. They are good models, for example, for drug delivery or for studying how solid tumors behave when you administrate drugs. Plants like plant roots, zebrafish larvae, Drosophila samples, Hydra vulgaris, different types of samples that can be transparent. And it's nice when they are in 3D. Otherwise, you can go to your confocal and probably take a nicer image. Oh, and this time it was my. The problem is, okay, mounting the sample when it is a 3D sample is not easy, as your colleague was mentioning, because you need to find new ways. So right now, everybody knows how to mount a sample when it's about microscopy with a confocal or two-photon microscopy. But for light sheet, where you have a three-dimensional sample, you need to make up new ways of mounting your sample so that the sample is not affected by your imaging method. And this opens up new ways of performing experiments. You can, for example, change the environment, administrate new types of stimuli, and do new things. Okay. So, as I was mentioning, we also can actually measure samples that are highly scattering, but we need to do a trick. So this one is the brain of a mouse. Okay. So it's white. You see, you don't see the grid behind it. But there are methods that are called clearing methods that you can use to remove whatever is messing up with your index of refraction or your absorption sensors. So these optical clearing methods, nowadays there are many. I cannot keep up with all the new types of optical clearing methods, but basically they involve the use of some alcohols or some chemicals that remove lipids, for example, or pigments, and these are being substituted by an index matching fluid that you use throughout your experiment. And what you get is something like this. So your sample becomes transparent or almost transparent. So now you can see the grid behind it. And we can image it. We can indeed image it. So when we think of a light sheet, which is a plane of light, we don't have to forget that it's still a Gaussian beam. So it is flat in one direction, but in the other one, it's going to behave as any Gaussian beam. Okay, so it will be characterized by a beam waist and by a relay length. Okay, the beam waist, which is half of the thickness of your light sheet, is directly proportional to the relay length. The relay length that you consider your light sheet constant. Okay, so if you have a very long relay length, you have a very flat light sheet, very homogeneous, but it's going to be thick. Instead, if you want a very thin light sheet and you want it thin because you want to section your sample with very thin slices, your relay length is going to be small, and then the beam is going to diverge. So if you have a relay length that is too small, your image at the sides will be blurred. Okay, both options are fine. You just need to be aware of that, and you need to match the field of view that you want to look at with the correct Z resolution. So you cannot look at something that is super large with a super thin light sheet. That's just impossible. Okay? So if you want to look at a large field of view, your light sheet is going to be thick. But this is fine. And just to give you two experimental ideas, for example, the first option, thick light sheet, we are talking about, when I say thick, I mean like 10 micrometers, 15 micrometers thick light sheet can be used to image, for example, whole brain from a mouse, because then, okay, maybe you don't care if you see the nucleus, you just need to know that there is a cell in a specific point. But then you can also use a very thin light sheet if you are looking just at a cell, single cell interaction. For example, you don't need to have a super homogeneous light sheet. You need to have it very thin, very thin in Z, and it can be very small in width. Okay, so going to the lateral resolution, which was the previous question, just to give you quickly an idea of what resolution is, does anybody know what's the lateral resolution of an imaging system? It's there, so you can tell me easily. When can you resolve two objects? Does anybody know? No? Okay, so just the easiest way to see this problem is to just understand that if two things are very far apart, you can tell them. You can tell where they are. You can tell them apart. But if they are too close to each other, well, it starts to be difficult, because are those two dots or it's just a line? So you are not sure. So the resolution, the lateral resolution, basically, this is one of the definitions of lateral resolution. The lateral resolution is 0.6, the wavelength that you are looking at with your detection system, divided by the numerical aperture of your detection system, which depends on the aperture and so the cone of light and on the index of refraction. But that's not too important. What I want you to remember is that the lateral resolution of a light sheet fluorescence microscope is like the one of the wide field. So it's a very standard. There is nothing really interesting in the lateral resolution of the light sheet. It's standard. But then for the axial resolution, we have to be a little bit more careful, as I was mentioning, because the axial resolution, so the resolution in Z, it's a little bit different compared to the standard one, because we have to consider both the PSF, so the point spread function, or if you want, the axial resolution of your detection system, and combine that with your light sheet, with the thickness of the light sheet, basically. And then the product of the two will give you the lateral resolution of your imaging system. The axial resolution of your imaging system. But that's true only where the light sheet is very thin. Okay, at the sides, it's going to be a little bit different. The other thing is, when you create a light sheet fluorescence microscope, you need to be aware that to get the best resolution, we said just in the slide before, that the lateral resolution depends on DNA. So the smaller DNA, yes. So the smaller DNA, the worse the resolution. The highest DNA, the best the resolution. So the thing is, to have a good resolution, you might want to use a high NA objective. But if the light sheet is thick, you're going to have some part of your sample that is illuminated, but that is just going to contribute to out of focus illumination. So you will see a lot of blurred light, and that doesn't. It's not a good idea to do that. The best is to have the thickness of the light sheet to match DNA your detection objective. Otherwise, you are just going to buy a very expensive objective to have the best NA, but then you're not even going to use it. Actually, it's going to be just worse. How do we make the light sheet indeed? I haven't told you that. So there are different ways. The two main ways are the following. One is the so-called static light sheet. You create a light sheet just by using a cylindrical lens. The cylindrical lens is just basically a cylinder that you have cut. So it will focus your light only in one direction. The other one is going to be left untouched. So this is what you're going to get. Something that if you look at from the top, you just see a standard focused beam, and from the other side, you see a plane. Another way is to use a so-called digitally scanned method, where you get a digitally scanned light sheet. In this case, basically, you take a beam and you move it very fast. You move it so fast that it goes faster than the acquisition time of your camera. So this creates it's not a real light sheet, it's a digital light sheet. So in this manner, what you get is a light sheet that is more homogeneous compared to the one created with a cylindrical lens. It's more homogeneous because you will have the same intensity throughout your field of view, and because you have in general, less aberrations in your illumination. The problem is that it's going to be a slower method in general, because you have to move your beam. So you have galvanometric mirrors involved, there is the synchronization. It's a more complicated system. With a cylindrical lens, it's not the best, but it's definitely the easiest. It's the method that a biologist will be able to actually use in his lab. And then, yes, we can do two-photon light sheet. Actually, we can do that. We just need to use a very IR femtosecond laser, and we use the digitally scanned method to increase the density of energy. But as your colleague was mentioning, you need to be careful. So in my case, for example, when I was using I developed a two-photon light sheet to look at the brain of zebrafish, and I could see that to get the two-photon, you need to reach a certain threshold in your energy, and at that threshold, the zebrafish was not happy. Okay, the heartbeat was increasing. For example, after half an hour of imaging, the brain was starting to be a little bit strange. So definitely, as your colleague was mentioning, yes, it's important to monitor your sample and test your system before performing your experiments. And yes, and in general, though, people like to use this two-photon light sheet because it gives you some advantages compared to the one-photon one. It's not perfect, I'll tell you, and gives also some advantages compared to the standard two-photon microscope. In particular, it has actually an axial resolution that is better than both the one-photon light sheet and also the two-photon microscope in general. This is the one that gives you the best axial resolution. So in this case, this is a Drosophila with all the dots are single cells, for example, and here the cells look like round dots, while in the two-photon microscope, they look a little bit elongated. And it has a better penetration. It goes more in depth compared to the one-photon light sheet, of course, because we are using a wavelength that is higher. And we have better contrast also compared to the one-photon light sheet, but it's also a more expensive method. And it's more expensive because the lasers cost a lot more, and because it's still, I think that the photon budget you get, it's not as high as in a one photon, and so in the end you have to expose more, and in the end you cannot go as fast as the speed you use in one photon. And I think I will conclude, maybe I will just finish this part and then I will conclude, so we can go for lunch. There are many other ways to create the light sheet, some of which, for example, involve the use of Bessel beams. Bessel beams are self-reconstructing beams. They are self-regenerating ones. Basically, you can create, if you want me to stop, just tell me. You can create Bessel beams by using either annular mask in your back focal plane of your illumination objective, or you can use the axicons. These are special lenses where basically your wavefront changes from this planar wavefront to something that resembles this. And you can see basically if you have an obstacle here, your beams are still propagated behind. Okay, so these Bessel beams are nice because they allow you to have a beam that is thinner. They are smaller. Okay, so you can have a thinner light sheet with a better resolution, but but you have the rings. I hate Bessel beams. I don't like Bessel beams because you have all these rings. The rings reduce your contrast, so you compromise somewhere. Okay, but in principle with Bessel beams, you can have better resolution because the light sheet is thinner and is longer. Okay? Exactly. Exactly. So I come to that in a second. So this is, the top one is a standard Gaussian beam, and this one is a Bessel beam. You see it's thinner and it's longer. Yeah, that's true. No. No, say it again. Leggero gas? No, I have never used them, honestly. I tried Bessels, I didn't like them. I don't know if in the literature they use it. It's possible that somebody does use them. Personally, I've never. So this is just to show you better what I mean with higher, like a longer light sheet done with the Bessel beams. The Gaussian beam arrives to like more in depth in your samples, and behind these dots, for example, here you see that you have these stripes. You don't have them with Bessel beams, but the contrast is rubbish. The contrast is worse. Okay, with Bessel beams, you have the rings around. You ruin your contrast. But yes, with a combination of Bessel beam and two-photon, you win. In my opinion, you win because then you have two-photon effect only in the central spot of your Bessel beam, and you don't have the problem of the rings. So this is a very, in my opinion, this is a very good way of creating a thin light sheet that is also two-photon. And in this way, we do have the benefits from both approaches. And yeah, this I can skip. I think maybe we are ready for lunch. Right, it's time. Okay, so maybe tomorrow I will go on with this. But if you let me conclude, I would just say that maybe I'm not going a lot in the details of how this is made, but that's also because we will see that in practice during the workshops, because we will build one of these systems, a small one, and I hope that everything will become clearer when we will do it together.
Thank you, Alessia. As mentioned, we are also going to have practicals for this. There's going to be demonstration, and probably because it is lunch hour, unless there's a burning questions, some questions were being asked during the presentation. Yes, we have Felix behind there. Thank you. My question is, with the imaging technique, is it possible to characterize two-photon absorption coefficient and hopefully maybe nonlinear refractive index if you are conducting this kind of measurement with a solid sample with the imaging technique?
I've never done that, but I believe so. Yes, I think that there must be ways of doing that. Yes. I mean, in general, with imaging methods, you mean not just with light sheet? Yes, definitely. I mean, that's something that you can do, characterizing the absorption coefficients of the material. I think so. Yes, you can. There are different ways that you can use to do so. For example, we have we have a group in Milano that does they use light and photon counting to basically measure the decay of the absorption and scattering curve. So you can basically use let's say a diffuse optics approach to calculate the coefficients of scattering and absorption of your materials. It's not the one that I've shown here. Maybe we can have a discussion about that. But the idea basically is that you have an injection of photons and you collect the photons at different distances from your injection, and you can calculate with different methods basically the probability of which, well, basically you collect a curve of the delay at which each photon comes back to your detector, and from the curve, knowing some parameters like the distance of the input and output, you can retrieve the absorption and scattering coefficient. So there are methods. Maybe this is not the one I would use.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, sure. Okay, you have resonant galvo mirrors. So let's say kilohertz. Yes. So, yes, please. Say it again. Sorry. Top hat. Somebody that uses Aster. Who's this person? So no, I've never top hat. Not in light sheet. I've never used top hat illuminations, but I know that yes, people use it with confocal. No, I've never used top hat illumination for light.
Do you try to have? Because there are other kind of beings using a spatial light modulator to create new kind of beings.
Yes. Yes. Well, yes. We've been using. So personally, I'm not the SLM person in my group, but we do use SLM for different things. One is to create patterned illumination, for example, and combine light sheet, for example, with other techniques like structured illumination or compressive sensing as well. So you project basically patterns like Hadamard the matrices to try to reconstruct images in a different manner. So yes, you can use SLMs, for example, to combine different techniques. If you use structured illumination combined with light sheet, you can improve on the lateral resolution of your system. If you want to improve on that, that's an easy way to do it. You can improve 2 times with structured illumination combined with light sheet. We use also SLM for creating a holographic light sheet at different depths, and also for we use light sheet and SLMs in combination, where the SLM is being used for photoactivation. So there are some samples where we express proteins that you can excite to visualize them, and other proteins that you can excite to modify them and let's say boost the like, for example, they're like called the channel rhodopsins, and they are used in optogenetics, where you want to send a beam of light which will trigger the activation of a cell. So with the light sheet, we excite the fluorescence to observe what's going on, and then we use the SLM in combination to activate the cells that we want to activate. And that's quite cool, because in one way you can look at what the sample does, and then you can look at the effect of the activation, for example, if it is for neuroscience, of specific neurons that you are triggering, and look at the effect on the sample. So it's somehow, yes. I will show something more about this actually.
Maybe there is one question from the participants in the meeting. The nature of the obstacle on the phasor beam.
Say it again.
The nature of the obstacle on the face of beam, should it be a face object?
No, no, no. No. It's just so you can really, basically, it's not a phase object. It's not a phase objective. It's just a standard objective. Like you put a phase mask. You put a phase mask like an annular mask on the back focal plane, so before the objective, or you use an axicon. Okay, and then you have to put some lenses in between. But you can use a standard objective. Then you can play with face mask, and I skipped that. Sorry, just like for example, this is like the types of masks that you can put in the focal plane of your objective, and then you can create also not only just simple Bester beams, but you can also use other types of Bester beams. So you don't need a specific objective. It's more like a face mask that you put before. Okay.
Probably the last one, as you take your seat. Now, about orographic right sheet microscopy, how do we go about observing or detecting the fluorescence, like from live samples? Because, you know, at some point you may need to do the reconstruction, and the live samples, of course, they'll be changing, I mean, with time. Yes.
So the idea is to have a sample that doesn't move too much and doesn't change too much during your projection time. And yes, there is a lot of reconstruction involved that I am not involved with, so I cannot really say much because I'm not the person that does that. But yes, I hope I answered your question. Okay, sorry.
Let's give a clap to Alessia. Again, as mentioned, we are going to have real-time experience during the demonstrations, so we look forward for that. I would like to invite Dr. Wekesa. He is going to give us guidance on how we are going to go about having our lunch. Thank you.
Let's give another hands clap to the speaker. Those of us who are in the physics field, that's actually, it touches our hearts because we have a lot of applications, especially those of us who are taking units in microprocessing. And also we have units called digital signal processing. So, and we normally have challenges when we are looking at the 3D computational because of the computational cost. So this is an area which we are going to get in touch, even for our students who want to actually major in those fields. Now with that presentation, allow me just to give some guidance. We are going for lunch. I'm told by the Secretariat we come back at 14:30. That's about 30 minutes. The venue for the catering is just next to this hotel. We just exit using the same door, but right away, or right outside, there is a hotel, which is just about 20 meters. So you'll be guided by the Secretariat. So kindly, let's break for lunch, but we come at 14:30 p.m. Thank you. Let's keep time. So the Secretariat and our marshal team kindly guide our participants to the venue for catering. And kindly go take some water. I think it's becoming hot. Take a bottle of water, please.
share that with your friends. Number 2, we also have another hashtag, optics and laser. Hashtag the optics and laser, so please feel free to share that with your friends so that we can elevate this event to the level it requires. Ladies and gentlemen, before I call my DVC academic and research and innovation, I would like to call the choir briefly, just to sing for us one song. And then I'll ask Professor Mbatia to be on standby after the choir. Then he'll be taking us through the rest of the program until we get to the launch. By names, I've been told I've not said who I am. My name is Mutia Mondikwa. I work here at Multimedia University. I'm in charge of corporate affairs. Thank you, choir. Usually we have a very big choir, but as you know, the students on break, usually about 30, and they do very well for us. So I'd like to ask Professor Mbatia, our DVC, Academic Affairs, Research and Innovation, to take the program to the next level. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. The PS, State Department for University Education and Research, Ambassador Simeon Nabukwesi, the Chair of MMU Council, Professor Johnston Kiamba. We have members of the Council who are here present. We have CEOs of various government agencies who are here, our deans and directors and students, all protocols observed. Good morning. I'm very delighted this morning to witness history being made, because this indeed is history being made. Can we clap for ourselves? We are here for a very great event, a historical event of launching an institute that will remain a memorable event for us for years. Thank you, the Dean, for giving us the background. Dean of Science, Faculty of Science, Dr. Otanga, thank you. our researcher, Professor Jeffrey Kihara, for your passion for research and training. You can tell that Professor Kihara has passion for what he does, and he continues to succeed. We thank God for having him as part of us here. I am Professor Paul Nyagambatia, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, Research and Innovation here at Multimedia University of Kenya. I invite other dignitaries to come and make their speeches and remarks. Let me also welcome you to this university, and specifically to the division that I head of Academic Affairs, Research and Innovation, where research and training are hosted. Just a few remarks to make. One is that this is a small young university that is quite promising, chartered in 2013. Before I came here, I was from the University of Nairobi, and when I came here in 2014, I would meet with friends and I would tell them that now I'm no longer working at the University of Nairobi, where I was in the Department of Sociology. I'm a professor of sociology. And people would ask me, where is that university? I hope our peers, now we are known and you didn't lose your way in coming here. Because that time in 2014, people would always ask you, where is that university? I think we have made a mark in the landscape of Kenyan universities, and that people know where we are. Welcome to this university. I have only one word to share. I'm reading a book, and the title of that book is Finishing Strong. Finishing Strong. And in the scholar world, is a struggle to get money for research. Many people will do proposals, but few will finish strong like Professor Kihara. Finishing strong is a message of hope. All is not lost. But while very many people will endeavor to write proposals for grants, as you all know, and he has taken us through the list of those who apply and those who win, it is quite a challenge. It's a struggle. Only a few are able to finish strong. What does it take to finish strong? 3 points to note. While very many people apply and they want to finish strong, 3 things that we note for those who finish strong. One, they are rare. It is the rare person, the rare scholar who will finish strong. We ask ourselves, how do I make myself that rare scholar? You must be rare. Number 2, you must be exceptional. Not any ordinary person will win a grant like Professor Kihara won, or other students who have won at the $10,000 our student has won. You are rare, you are exceptional. Not ordinary. You must be above average. Be rare, be exceptional. And the last, which is a challenge for all of us, it is the teachable people. Teachable. Some of us, after we acquire our titles, we believe we know it all. But Professor Kihara can tell you that there is learning. Every other day, we learn something. It is the teachable person who will finish strong and successful. I rest my case. Thank you very much. We salute you, Professor Kihara, for the endeavor that you are making, and we will see more. Thank you very much. Allow me, let's clap for him. I am informed that we have the CEO of Nacosti. Thank you very much. We salute you. Karibu sana Multimedia. Let's nurture the attributes of being rare, exceptional, and teachable. And there we are. We shall succeed. Thank you very much. We want to move on with the program. I will facilitate the next speakers, and I will call them.
On time to invite the chair of the new council, Professor Johnson Kiamba, to come and give his. Just a minute. Thank you. We are adjusting the program live. Allow me to call the VC of Multimedia, University of Kenya, Ambassador Professor Kaberia, who will take us through the rest of the program. He will make his remarks and then take us through the remaining part of the program. Can we come for him as he comes?
Thank you.
Our chief guest, the Principal Secretary, State Department of University Education and Research, Simon, Ambassador Nambukwesi, Chairman of University Council of MNU, Professor Johnson Kiamba, council members present, CEOs present, vice chancellors from other universities or their representatives present, deputy vice chancellors, distinguished scholars, invited guests, MMU staff, students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. You excuse us, the adjustment were late because we had quite a long list of those who are to address us, but because our PS, our chief guest, is also pressed by time, that's why you found us consulting, so that you are able to accommodate. But allow me to recognize those who are present before I give my speech. Our chief guest himself, Ambassador Nambukwesi, who is also our PS. We have also the CEO, Jemina Onsale, that's the CEO, NRF. Reverend Karita Bogara, that's Sita. We have Professor Johnston Kenywa, that's J.K. Yuat, present. Dr. Ominde Calvin, J.K. Yuat, present. Mike Mwendwa, National Treasury, present. Professor Walter Oyawa, who also happens to be my predecessor, is the one who really received the young baby 1st March 2013 as a young institution, chartered then. Karibu Bwana Oyawa, Prof. George Waiguru, Adopt Post Express Limited, present. Michael Abuli, Tibet Authority. We have also with us Dr. Mercy Akinyi, IPR, NMK, present. Stephanie Mile Kiridi, we have Kiridi present. Stephanie Njoroge, I mentioned that. That is Karatina University, representing Karatina. Dixon Kenywa, Kirinyaga University, present. Alfonso Nyibishi, Dedan Kimathi University. So our chief guest, I would like first to welcome all of you to Multimedia University, those who have been here before, and those who are this being the first time. This is a public university, as you've been told by DVC, which was chartered in 2013, 1st March to be precise, by our president then, Kibaki. It's a public university with a vision of changing society through technology and innovation. This is in keeping to our motto, which is riding on technology, inspiring innovation. Multimedia University of Kenya was founded, before some of us were born, in 1948 as the Central Training School as part of East Africa telecommunication training school there. It has evolved from telecommunication tertiary institution to a constituent college of Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, and finally to a chartered public university 1st March 2013. We are looking forward to celebrate our 10th anniversary next year, 1st March next year. Ladies and gentlemen, the vision of this university is to be a leading medium-sized technical institution offering high-quality training and research within the region. You may ask, why medium-sized university? Our definition in this sense of medium size is having a student population of around 20,000, with a population of 30% of them being postgraduate students in our master's and postdoctoral programs. We are looking at this student population because being a technical university, the needs of our students are unique in that they require laboratories, workshops, specialized lecture rooms, and that brings us today to this event about the laboratories we are talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here today to launch and commission National Institute of Optics and Laser Laboratory that will not only enhance training, but will also be the center of research in the area of lasers and optics. I would like at this juncture to take this opportunity to thank Professor Geoffrey Kihara Ruremo for actualizing this dream of establishing this institute. Professor Kihara has been a driving force on this project. He narrated that without me repeating. That is quite evident how passionate he is, as our DVCAA did mention, in this area. He is passionate about this area and thrives on training the new generation in the area of light. Indeed, as you've heard, young as it is as an institute, as already as first bunch of postgraduate students who have gone through their first year in their masters, and they have had the scholarship through his effort and the recognition that he got from where he did his PhD, Max Planck Institute in Germany. Many of us may not really understand how lasers work or where they can be used. But I guess from today's kind of a lecture from Professor Kiara, I guess you are not in that. It took quite a bit of time in telling us about the basics with regard to that area. Thank you very much, Prof. As Professor Kiara keeps on telling me, I happen to have been his lecturer when he was in his undergraduate. The use of lasers is infinite. Its application in the field of medicine in such areas as eye surgery, dental care, and also surgery has shown its great potential. I'm informed that new innovations such as driverless cars use lasers to assist them to navigate around streets. Without a driver, but through lasers, QS Kipasui, there has been that use of. So, as a country, we should harness this technology to benefit our people. It is thus important that this institute and its labs are supported so that Kenya can lead in this field, and we are people who can do that in the way of Professor Kiara and those who are working with it. I take this opportunity then to thank the National Institute of National Research, NRF, for agreeing to support the establishment of the and the equipping of the institute of this lab. As you can see, this is just a small facility that to us is a step towards achieving the greater goal of being the National Lasers and Optics Laboratory at MMU. MMU aspiration to build a complex building where this technology and other complementary techniques will be hosted. He did mention, in fact, did I hear 10 laboratories more? So CEO NRI follow up in the proposals that he makes in supporting that. But I'm sure he has already convinced you, really, when that happens. I'm not trying to bias you, he is really to the mark. MMU has evolved and adapted to the changing times and has managed to stand tall. However, our peers, there are some challenges that put a damper to our successes. For instance, our facilities, as I did say, this institution is quite old, going back up to 1948, and the facilities, they may not be that old, but they are quite old, and they need to be renovated so that they can provide the service required to the great numbers of students that we have. I might mention here on a PS, we started with a population 2014 when we joined this place of around 2,500 students, but we are hitting now 7,000 students, but the facilities are not expanding as much. But what will please to hear from us PS is the demand and the popularity of the program, our technical programs that we offer. For the last 5 years or 4, MMU has always filled its capacity to almost 100%. Why am I saying this? Because we always on 99.4, 99. I think DPCAA, last year, not this intake, we were almost 100% the first intake, isn't it? And that has been so. That tells us something. It's the popularity of the kind of program that you offer in this institution. Our clients out there, the Form 4s know them, but with the current facilities now, we are almost hitting the maximum that our facilities can hold. But we are grateful to the government of Kenya for supporting us in putting up some of the facilities. In fact, the building you find next to this laboratories, this is funded by Kenyan government. It costs us around 100 million. This is one of the few buildings some of us have seen it put, but we are lacking now Block B. That's Block A. We are lacking Block B Because if we did that, if we were funded just about 100 million PS, we could put another one, and that will relieve us really in terms of physical teaching facilities. We hope that will happen soon, as so that we are able also to serve Kenya in training in our respective areas. There is need to build new facilities, therefore, like lecture rooms, labs, and the auditorium, and the hostels, so that we are able to cope up with the numbers. We are grateful that the government supported us some time back in building that rooms and offices that I've said. However, construction of the lecture rooms is still a phase, that is phase 1, and if we could be assisted, we could go to a second phase. We have the drawings that are there. It's just the money that lacks. It would have a great impact on the capacity of this technical investment. Indeed, I'll be failing in not mentioning also our library, our new library. I normally call it our signature building, 5-story building. It's 85% complete. We lack a bit of cash. But Bona PS, I was sharing with you how you are also being asked every time whether the building is complete. I'm sure soon it will, but that is also funded by Government of Kenya, and we are very grateful. However, I therefore take this opportunity to appeal to the government for additional funding so that the university is better positioned to deliver on the Big Four agenda and Vision 2030 in terms of what we offer. They fit in that Vision 2030 and the Big Four agenda. If, for instance, the university was to secure additional funds, we would be able to undertake the second phase, as I've said, of new lecture rooms and offices that we have already approved in terms of drawing. That would increase our capacity greatly. Ladies and gentlemen, MMU is willing to collaborate with other stakeholders in order to develop in the area of lasers and optics. And as I conclude, I urge you all to find the time to engage with the Institute team in order to explore areas of collaboration. The good thing, those present, you've heard the areas that the Institute is into from Professor Kihara's expounding of what they do. And I'm sure out of here, Professor Kihara, you have more calling on you for collaborations. Before I conclude our PS, I'm told to recognize Shem Badu, Cooperative University of Kenya is with us. Thank you very much, Cooperative. I did mention Simiyu Sichati, Moi University, with us. Mr. Victor Ondero Iri is also with us. So mine is to thank you all for finding time from your busy schedule to be with us as we launch and commission the National Institute of Optics and Lasers. Otherwise, thank you very much, members, and from here I'll call our chairman to come and give his speech. Thank you very much.
Our chief guest, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Universal Education and Research, Ambassador Simon Nabukesi. Council members, Vice Chancellor, Ambassador Festus Kaberia, Vice Chancellors from other universities, all the CEOs we have here, NRF, NACOST, and others, the deputy vice chancellors, very eminent scholars, our MU staff, students, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today we are gathering here for this very important event where we are talking about lasers and optics. They look strange, but we almost see them, we don't see them. It is actually a milestone and of great significance to our university and actually the whole region. Why is this so? You may ask. It is noteworthy to underscore the fact that this is the first technological repository of its kind in the country and actually in the region. It is a masterpiece. And the brainchild of our own professor here, Professor Urimo. He conceived the idea and now he foresaw it through implementation. It is happening. Most of us talk and we never do it. The reason why we fail is because all these opportunities are killed through procrastination, a lot of self-doubt, and the fear of getting it wrong or being rejected. We all want to succeed. So that fear makes us not work. I will quote from General Colin Powell, the former U.S. Chief of Staff and Secretary of State in the U.S. at one time. He said, there are no secrets to success. It is the result of preparation, hard work, and learning from failure. So even if you fail, keep on going on, keep on moving on. Most of us give up. We see that a lot of that in academics. The good professor, and I understand he's a very good Christian, so I'll quote Isaiah 40:29. He gives power to the faint. That is God, that's what we are talking about. And also to him who has no might, he increases strength. So even if you have no power, God will increase it. But I normally say you must show him that you mean it. You don't just sit down and pray. You must show the intention. Also, as a wise man say, Rome was not built in a day. It took time. The same thing with all these institutions. So we must have passion, we must plan, and keep on going on. So I call upon all academics to dream and have that vision and go on and continue. NRI for funding us. They also have a dream as institutions and as CEOs, as personnel. Because even if an institution has a dream and there are no people to do it, then it is going nowhere. So I thank you for what you have done to this institution. I know I have come experience about the university professors also have a vision whereby they make it very difficult for students to pass because they have no time for them. They are lethargic. They have no time. They're just going through the motions to wait for the end of the month. I wish we could all be very dedicated to what we do. Then we will not be miserable and we will not kill very many such projects. So, you know, for me, these are new subjects, lasers and optics. But as you can see, we have a lab here. It is small. It appears small. For me, it looks very big. I have lab 1, 2, 3. Those are too many I'm used to address. Yet, we still want more so that we can compete in the emerging technologies. And every country in the world, I understand, is undertaking research in this. We also see it being done. It's used in TV remote controls. Every home I know it has a commander. If you are sitting in one room, one person possesses that remote control, they control everything. I've seen it happen and fighting with children. Until old men and women have to go and hide in their bedroom, so outside in the veranda. So laser is very important. It is also used in medicine. But I've seen it also in the military. There's laser happen and fighting as we read. in Iraq and elsewhere. Until you get old men and women have to go and hide in their bedrooms or outside in the veranda. So laser is very important. It is also used in medicine, but mostly we know it is used also in the army, in the military, as laser weapons, as we read in Iraq and elsewhere when it was happening. Granted, in Africa we have been left out of this race, but now we have a good opportunity also to compete in the laser from American businessman, physicist, and politician. He once said, if we choose to ignore science and refuse to fund important scientific research, we voluntarily see our place as a world leader in innovation. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I now call upon our peers and chief guests to address us. The chair of the Council of Multimedia University, Professor Johnson Kiamba, council members, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Ambassador Festus Kaberia, Deputy Vice Chancellors, the CEO, National Research Fund, Dr. Jemima Onzare, the CEO, NACOSTI, Professor Walter Uyawa, all other CEOs present, representatives of research institutes, colleagues from the ministry, members of the Multimedia University Management, representatives of the vice chancellors from other universities, members of the fourth estate, distinguished guests, students, ladies and gentlemen. First, allow me to respond to a few issues raised by Professor Kihara and Dr. Watanga, the Dean. Challenges, recognition, reward, and facilitation of our researchers is something that we are working on to create a policy where leading researchers in our country across board are given their recognition and they are facilitated and rewarded so that we make it our culture for research to be given its rightful place in institutions of higher learning. Taxation of equipment, which the government is buying for our research institutes and our universities. I think it's a valid issue that we need to focus on objectively, and my team has taken note of that. We're going to pursue it so that the government should not give money with the right hand and take a chunk of it with the left hand. Then the institute remains, or the
university like this remains with a smaller percentage than what was intended. Number three, the tedious processes of getting approvals to get into viable partnerships with our potential partners in other countries, in other institutions, is something that also slows us down even at the State Department. It makes the process tedious in getting that facilitation, and sometimes it serves to discourage our potential partners. It is something that we shall address as well so that we minimize this. In the leadership of our government, it's well understood. Even His Excellency the President has made himself very clear that he does not like anybody slowing any other person down when it comes to issues of national interest. Riding on technology and inspiring innovation, I think it's a very good idea, and it makes this university really a university of choice, especially when you maintain your areas of niche. And Dr. Stour told us to keep an eye on this university, which has grand plans and programs. And she said with these 3 laboratories, we need 7 more to complete the cycle of establishing what you need to do what you will do best. I think we take note of that, and I'm happy National Research Fund CEO is here, CEO Lacoste is here. We are taking note of that, and we factor it in the next budget plans so that we continue with the process. Expansion of facilities, repair and maintenance. Of course, repair and maintenance is considered a weakness among Africans. Even our own houses at home. Once you build and you paint, then you leave it like that until you die and leave it. So repair and maintenance is very important, and VC, I take note of that, because our institutions should look like the institutions that we value. Phase 2 of the new block, which you've done it so well, is something to also address. And I think we have already given you money to complete the library. I hope so. We shall compare notes with you. Because yesterday we held a meeting and we were told no project should be left at 85% and above incomplete as we get into transition. So that is something for us to focus on. Ladies and gentlemen, I also want to appreciate what the DVC said. And he encouraged us to keep working smart with a clear unity of purpose and to maintain the team spirit so that we finish strong. So that the identity of this institution, and I'm very happy, VC, that you invited your colleague vice chancellors who have sent representatives from a number of universities. Because we encourage our institutions to have a culture that the DVC talked about, where you create rare scholars who are also exceptional in the way they apply themselves, who are resilient, and who are strong-willed to keep learning
optics, because if you do anything in optics, one day you have to design an experiment or to think about what kind of measurements you want to do. And optics is very broad. So sometimes we need to have choices. Yeah? So just starting with like the concept of light. So there are like two main concepts of light. So can you tell me what are the two? How you describe light? Maybe let's see the students. I'd like to hear the students. There are two ways to describe light. Yes? Yes, yes, exactly. As a particle and as a wave. And then if I ask, well, which of the two? They can be both. They can be both even in the same experiment. Yeah? So it depends on what you want to see and what you are doing. You have to decide which theory you're going to use. Yeah? And optics is also broad in terms of approximations you can make. Yeah? Because nobody kills an ant with a machine gun. Yeah? You use a small thing to kill an ant. And so you have to use what is most appropriate for what you are doing. So what do you think is the most simple theory in optics with many, many approximations? How does it call? Very, very simple theory. You maybe learned in high school. Sorry? I'll repeat. Okay, what do you think is the most simple theory in optics? Like to explain the most simple experiments, that the ones you did maybe in high school. What does it call? What kind of things you learn in the high school in optics? Reflection, refraction, yeah? You learned how to go from one medium to the other, yeah? So like the rays, like change angles. Do you hear me? Yeah? But I think for the online. Hello? It's again, okay. Yeah, and that is called geometrical optics. So the approximation of light there, light is a ray. A ray is just a mathematical concept. Yeah? You don't make any rays in the lab. Have you ever made a ray? No. A ray is infinitely thin, and you cannot make that in the lab. You can approximate a ray by a laser beam. Yeah, laser beam is a very thin, like it goes very far away, and more or less stays the same width everywhere. Yeah, so that's an approximation. But if you look at really, and the laser beam, the profile is not infinitely small. Yeah, it has a certain extent, and this extent has to do with another theory, which the geometrical optics cannot explain. And what is this second theory then? And I can say a ray cannot be infinitesimally small. What do I need to explain that? So maybe there are a couple of phenomena that you see that doesn't need to be light. Yeah? There are other things that has the same effect. Like if you see some interference, does it ring something for you? What will be the approximation for light in the case of I wanted to explain interference? It has already been told. Has already been told before. You said it's a particle or a wave. Yeah? So actually, to explain interference, to use geometrical optics, because there is no interference in geometrical optics. There are no interference of very thin rays, which is only a mathematical concept. So, but if I call a wave, a light as a wave, I can explain interference, because waves interfere with each other. Yeah? So that's a second theory. Second theory is just light is a wave, yeah? A scalar wave. Okay? And this is what this part of that I'm talking about in these lectures will be about. Light is a scalar wave. Okay? And I can, many things, for example, as being told in the lecture before, can be explained by understanding that light is a wave. How you make those sheets, how can sheet microscopy, how a microscope works in the very simple sense. Everything can be explained with scale. Light is a wave. It's also called Fourier optics. And that's what I want to talk about. And most experiments, I bet, that you have to do a little bit of Fourier optics. And there is a revival of Fourier optics in the last 20 years because we can do much more than 200 years ago when they decided to what was Fourier optics. At that time, they made many concepts, but they could not manipulate as easy the light as we can. And now we can do much more Fourier optics than before. And I will talk about that in the last lecture. But now we're going to be, okay, light is a scalar wave. And then it goes on more complications because there are some things that cannot be explained light as a scalar wave. So what do I need extra then? Do you know? So there are like the lenses that we already talked about for geometrical optics. There is a light as a wave. There is one word that we haven't talked about yet here. What's the word? We start with a P. Excuse me? No, but the particle is later. It's a property of a light. Polarization, yes. So if we start talking about polarization, then we cannot use what you call a scalar theory. So light is still a wave, but is different depending on how it oscillates. Yeah? So when I start talking about polarization, I have to treat light as a vector, electromagnetic field. Yeah? So there's electric field, a magnetic field, and it has a certain direction of oscillation. And then I have to add something to this scalar wave. And that I use to explain phenomena that has to do with polarization. So you go to by refringent materials, to double reflection, double refraction, and crystals, things like that. You cannot use just the scalar wave to explain. And then it goes, again, even more complicated. So there are, again, things that happens to light in some experiments that I cannot use geometrical optics, I cannot use scalar optics, and I cannot use polarization optics. What do I need? Dennis already talked. I need to talk that light is not anymore a wave, but could also a particle. It's a quantum theory. Yeah, so the quantum electromagnetism that you use, electrodynamics that you use to explain certain experiments. Because the effects you see in certain experiments, you cannot explain neither with any of the other theories. One very simple one, just photo detection. Yeah, photo detection is like, in order to detect a photon, to make an electron from a photon, you cannot explain with any of the wave theories. You need the quantum theory, because you need to have the idea of a photon. So this is like the most like complete ways, quantum electrodynamics, to explain both quantum and classical in all ways that light can be. But as I explained in the beginning, you don't use this very fancy quantum electromagnetic theory if you want to solve a very small image problem. Yeah? Because then you are killing the ant with a machine gun. You don't need to do that. So you need to decide. So when you're going to do a experiment, you have to decide which theory am I using? Which approximation is good enough for what I see? Yeah? So always ask these questions. That's very important. Because otherwise you're going to be lost with lots of things that maybe not needed. And so now I would like to go back to Fourier optics. So the scalar, light is a wave, a scalar. And this has been already developed 200 years ago. And that was when there was a discussion between particle or wave. Is light a particle or a wave? Because Newton said, light is a particle. and the other people said no, it's a wave. But with some interference experiments, they show, well, it cannot be a particle, because otherwise you don't see interference with particles. Or later on, with the quantum theory, they also could say that light could be a particle and a wave at the same time. And there are these beautiful experiments of the duality of wave and particle. But at that time, because they didn't know more, the concept that light is a wave took over the light as a particle. And because they could do experiments and show that that was so. And that are the phenomena of interference and diffraction. Yeah, so diffraction means that when light goes through a small obstacle, and then the light changes direction around. Yeah? And the theory that explains that has been done long ago. But as I said, now there is a revival of this theory because you can do so much with the technology from today that you can manipulate light as you wish. And you use those concepts that are there. You don't need the quantum machinery of quantum electrodynamics to do that. Okay? So that's how I would like to start. So I like to start to the very simple light as a wave, which is similar to if you go to a lake and you throw a stone in the lake, you make some circular waves, and the waves propagate around, so it goes all places. That happens to light too. So it's a dipole oscillating and makes this wave. So what you see here is, I hope you can see, here you see a certain point source, we call, let's see, this one, a point source, and then it starts like this wave propagating to a certain direction, let's say, yeah? So there is a oscillating dipole, emits a spherical wave. I'm only showing what is going to a certain direction. Of course, it goes to all directions, but let's think about just going to a certain direction. Well, if this propagates very, very long, and the people at that time, they were talking about, the sun coming to the Earth. That's a very long distance, or stars coming to the Earth. So you can basically approximate this spherical wave to a plane, so a planar wave. Because it's so far away, the radius of this becomes so large that you can approximate to a planar wave. So that's how we're going to start. I must say, it's not easy to make a planar wave. I'm not sure you have tried. If you try in the lab, it's very difficult because your distance will be always a little bit limited. Yeah? But let's say that within a certain approximation, I can talk about planar waves. The planar waves are described by a very simple equation. There's a certain amplitude, how it fluctuates up and down, and with a certain phase, and a certain propagation in a certain direction. I eliminated the time dependence because we are not going to talk about time independence here. The reason is that most of the time we use detectors or cameras to measure the time. So you don't see the oscillations that goes on time because it's very, very fast. Usually you average them. So we neglect for the moment the time dependence. But basically what you see here is this k times z. K is the wave vector. It's 2 pi divided by lambda. And lambda is the wavelength of the light, which in the visible spectrum is about like 500 nanometers, okay? And c is the speed of the light. So omega, c, and k, and lambda, they are all related to each other, okay? And z, the position, so this is the z-axis. As the light propagates, it propagates along a certain axis, let's say. Yeah? Okay. So this is the equation, the first very basic equation of a wave, okay? Oscillating in a certain period. Now I'll give a little bit of more idea of how you get to the diffraction equation, because I think it's very important not only to go through the math, but understand the origin of things. Yeah, because then later on when you are doing your own research, you say, okay, this comes, you know where everything comes from, yeah? And what kind of concepts is important to know. So I start with an interference, so like a diffraction or interference experiment, which means that I am going to add different waves together. Yeah? You can do that also in a lake. You throw two stones instead of one. What do you see? You don't see anymore the nice circles that you see with one stone, but you see some like circles, but at some places like a very complicated pattern, right? And that's what you wanted to see. So the main contribution from Huygens. Huygens was a Dutch physicist a couple of centuries ago. It was to describe how do you deal with diffraction of light. So what happens if light passes through or gets an obstruction? Okay, what happens after? Okay, and here is showing a very simple slit. So here is like a blocked. Here I let the light pass through it, then is blocked again. Let's say after the number 4 here, there is blocked. So it's called a slit. Yeah. So I just blocked 2 places and let it just light go through this slit. Okay. So Huygens, what he thought about was that this aperture, so the light comes through this aperture, and you can divide the whole aperture by point sources. Okay? And that's what he assumed to explain what happens. So here is only showing 4 point sources, but you can make many of them. But let's say what happens to only 4 point sources. Okay? So here will be one wave going out from this point source. So it makes, as I said, first a spherical wave, and if it goes very far away, it becomes a planar wave. But then it comes a second one, number 2, which is also going to the same point, let's say. I only see what's happening at that point. Yeah? Then number 3 and number 4. So what do you think will be the difference between those waves? Because they are all generated at the same time in the screen, and they all go, I'm only looking the parts that go towards point P. What do you think is going to happen? What do I do with these waves? It's the same as the two stones that falls in the water. Yeah, you add them. You add the 2 waves and see what happens. But the difference is that if you think a wave as like some sinusoid like thing, some sinus function, if I add 2 sine functions, what do I get? Interference, yes. But depends on where I start to add. If I add the 2 sine functions, both start at 0, they make a very big peak, and then a 0, and then a very big peak again, and a 0. Yeah? Because I'm adding them exactly the same. Add 2 sine functions. So think about it. But suppose that I start the first sine function at 0, but the second sine function a little bit later when I add. So it means that there will be 2 sine functions will be shifted from each other. So they will be a very nice, like maximum, then minimum, then maximum, then minimum. Because I'm adding things not the same all the time. And that's extreme when I am exactly half of the wave, half of the period of the sine. What happens? So one wave goes like this, and the other goes like that. Exactly opposite, right? So what do I have there? I have no light. So I create no light by adding 2 light beams. Yeah, sounds very strange because, well, where is the light go? Yeah, because light disappears. Okay, and that's what happens here. So in this very simple model from Huygens, what happens between the point 1 and point 2 is that the time that this one goes there, so you see this path length is shorter than the number 2 by that little piece there, right? Because if I make a perpendicular line here, this little piece here is extra for path 2. So when the wave 1 arrives in P, the wave 2 arrives a little bit later. So with a phase difference, okay? And then the same happens to wave number 3. And then you'll be 2 times this little path length, yeah? If they are equally distributed. And then number 4 will be 3 times further, okay? Then you can make this sum, yeah? You know how to do it, because I know that this phase that I put in here will be, wait a second, if I go back, this phase that I put in here will be this extra path length, so extra shift that I make in my sine function. So then you can go, so there will be, the new wave will be a sum of all the waves, number 1, 2, 3, 4, okay? And then will be the A, number 1, e to the R1, which is, R1 is this distance between 1 and P. R2 is the distance between 2 and P. R3 and so on, okay? And then I need a little bit of geometry. Yeah, I need to know the distance between the two, this distance here, between the 2 point sources. And I need to know also this distance from the screen to this plane where the P is, so the distance Z here. And I can write down all the equations. I'm not going to go to the details. Details you can work out at home. But I want you to understand what does it mean. Yeah, what are we doing? Yeah, so imagine now I'm adding one wave, a second wave a little bit shifted, a third wave a little bit more shifted, and so on. And then I make this whole sum. Then I can make some, make exactly the expressions that I have here, and I can make an approximation, which is used for scalar theory, which is what's called small angle approximation. You'll see that many times. That means that this dimension, so from 1 to 4, let's say, the size of my slit, is much, much smaller than the distance Z. So here in this picture is not the case. But in the experiment, we are talking about like a slit of maybe 0.5 millimeter and a distance of a meter, let's say. Yeah, let's say, so just to put some numbers, you understand. And this way, then I can make some approximations from the sine of beta, because this angle will be very, very small. Yeah. So when I want to approximate sine of beta very small, I just approximate to beta, right? And sine of beta, I know what it is this distance here divided by this distance, and so on. And then you can go for this approximation, see what happened. Okay. So that was the. Okay. So you can go and you can make many of those point sources. Yeah. So you can, instead of 4, I only show 4 because it was easy to see, but I can make an infinite number of those point sources. And the distance between the point sources will become very small, but I can just make a series. Then I go for the mathematics. I make a series, but I know that every point source that I add, if they are equally distant, this phase will be always one more. So if it's like the first one was only, I don't know, A, the second will be 2A, and the third will be 3A, and so on. So I make a series, just a geometric series, actually, from that. Okay? And this has a mathematical solution, because you know what happens when you make a series like this. 1 plus minus y, well, the minus comes later on. 1 minus y to the n divided by 1 divided by this is the sum of what you get from this sum. And this sum is basically these things that are coming here. Every time I have one more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, it's a sum. N2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay? So I'm not going to go to the mathematical details, but that's where it comes from. The sum of many point sources very close by to each other. And they are all like distributed in this slit. Okay? So finally, I can add all of them and make this, and I can substitute some, put out some terms, and what I get is this term here, which is very important. Is this a sign from K? Is just this constant that depends on the wavelength. N is the number of point sources I have, so where I made the sum, and D is the distance between the point sources, and beta here is this angle between the center of the slit and the points that I have chosen. Okay. Well, if you look very careful at this, because in the denominator here is I have the same without the n. Okay. So that this whole sum of infinity number of point sources came down to this very simple expression. Okay? Well, doesn't look very simple, but this is the basics of the very simple way to understand the diffraction. So usually if I want to measure something, I put a camera, or I put a piece of paper. And what the camera does and our eyes do is the intensity. We measure the modulus square of the electric field. And we don't measure the electric field directly in this case. So if you measure the intensity, I have to make the modulus square of this expression here. Yeah? And then already simplifies because all these parts here, which is to the I exponentials, when I multiply by the complex conjugate, is to the plus I, and then they become 1. So all these terms here, they disappear in the intensity. Okay? So only this one will stay. So what you get is this is a sine square of this divided by sine square of that. The only difference, there is an n here and no n there. And then I do some approximation in supposing that the D goes to 0, so that the distance between this point source gets smaller and smaller. So I can put more point sources in the slit. So N will go to infinity, but I will keep N times D a constant. Yeah, because every time I put one point source, I decrease the distance between them, so in a certain way that N is a constant. So in the end, my A0, which is the width of my aperture, is N times the A. And so then I can approximate the sine of N times theta, or sine of theta, to the angle self. Yeah, remember I told you it's small angle approximation. And then I can finally write this intensity that you see in the screen due to a slit. Yeah? Not sure you have seen this expression. Have you seen this ever? No? Maybe you have seen books or something that is being plotted. And so this is this function, which is a sine square of u divided by u square, is called the sinc function. Yeah, the sinc function. And u now depends on the k, which depends on the wavelength, and depends on a, which is the let me think about it a second. I want to go back. A was this small piece that I add. So it depends on this. And then I have now a plot of, if I would take just a profile of if I would take a file of this, sorry, no, A is the size of the final size of the slit. It's just that I had to go to the big A. And this is what you see if I take a profile of the diffracted pattern when I send the light to a slit. So if I look very far away, I see something like that, which means I see stripes. I see a stripe which is bright and then goes to 0. A second striping at each side, a little bit less bright, and then again 0, and then again 2 stripes, which goes even weaker, and so on. So if I take a profile, I see this. But now if I look at this equation, so what does it depend on? It depends on one thing that we haven't thought too much here until now, but depends on the wavelength. With K here, K is 2 times divided by the wavelength. So how come the wavelength comes into this? Because I'm adding point sources. So why do you think wavelength is here important? We must go back to this one. No, sorry, this one. Anybody have some idea? Why does the wavelength has to do with this problem? Well, we start saying light is a wave, right? And the second thing, there was a wavelength. What does it mean, a wavelength? If light is oscillating, like a sinus. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, because a wavelength is the period that the light goes up and down and goes back to 0 again. So it starts at 0, goes up, pass to 0, goes down, goes back to 1 period. And one period of this sign is 1 wavelength. So if I change the wavelength, what happens when I add the waves? If I make a wavelength which is like this, when do I get that the light is 0 again? It's this distance, half of the wave. But if the wave goes like this, much shorter, I need a less distance to do the same, to happen the same. So the wavelength it will determine how much I need here in retardation of the wave in order to get a maxima or a minima. That's why the wavelength is important. Okay? And so now, what did we do until now was just like, okay, we fix this point and we look at this sum here. And then, when you change this point, so change the beta is this angle. So I go here, 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 so I get this pattern. And so let's say if I put the P in the center, I said you get the sinc function in the center. Sinc function in the center is maximum, right? Is a sine square divided by sine square of x divided by x squared is maximum in the center. But can you tell me why? Why is it maximum in the center? It doesn't matter the wavelength. Because what happens in the center? If I have maximum, what does it mean? Maximum. Because I added, let's say, 100 waves, and I get a maximum somewhere. Yeah? So it means that every time I add, they are always in phase, the same phase. And they are all start on 0. They all add exactly the same. But this way I can increase and increase at that point every time I put the wave, because I put exactly in phase. So in the center, of course, you have the waves that come from this side of the slit and the waves that come from this side of the slit. But the path length is the same when they go to the center. Yeah? So when you go to the center, you're always adding the same. That's why you get a maximum in the center. And then you can also find this position of the first minima, which is where they all like subtract to each other. Yeah. So this is the position where you get the 0, and it's really 0. That point is really 0. Even if you put a camera, you see that's really you only get the noise of the camera. You have no light there. Yeah, this particular places. And that you saw very in the talk from before the lunch. You saw these circles that she said about diffraction limit. So she had like a very strong being in the center that was some ring, and she said, oh, all those rings, yeah, is related to this very simple concept. Of course, you can go then to a circular aperture and see what happened, but the concept is exactly the same. A circular aperture, I also gonna put lots of point sources, and each point source will get to a certain point with a certain phase difference. Yeah, and the circular aperture, the pattern will be circular because everywhere around the circle I have the same contribution in terms of phase difference when they arrive at a certain point. So everything that has the same radius will have the same contribution in the diffraction pattern. And here is everywhere from the so everything is from left and from right has some like a mirror, yeah? A mirror. That's what happens. Yeah, so then we got to this very simple result, which is a very important result. Yeah, people talk about this until now, yeah, because it's a very important result because it determines the fact that this is the zeros here. Yeah, so where the zeros are positioned, and of course depends on where I put my screen, but this determines happens to the pattern when it goes to a certain slit. And then you can play with those equations and say, okay, what if the slit gets smaller? What do you think will happen? Yeah? Or what if I change the wavelength? Yeah? So you can ask those questions, and then you try to answer the questions. And then you say, okay, what are the consequences of that? Yeah? And that is how you build in, based on this concept, anything you do with apertures, obstructions with the light. Because almost any experiment you do, you're going to always have an aperture, you're always going to have some obstruction, something that happens to the light path. Yeah? The light, if I have a very large beam of light, I never can fit that everywhere in the experiment. So there will be diffraction effects everywhere. But also very, very fundamental diffraction effects. Okay? So this was the Huygens. So basically, what he did is this. So he said, well, if the light goes to obstruction, which is showing here, so the light coming in here as a plane wave. I already said how a plane wave should be. And then I block this wave except a certain area. And then I watch what happens to the light propagating very far away from this obstruction. Okay. This is the same as if I forgot about this part, because this part no light passes through. Yeah, it's really blocking the light. And I substitute this aperture by infinite number of point sources. And each one having these waves, and they all add together. Okay? Okay, so this was the first thing. After that, mathematicians take over. They want to put that in equations. Yeah, so how you describe if is an arbitrary like aperture, not a circle, not a slit, but something. So you have to go to a more general problem. Yeah. And the general problem would be I have a screen with an aperture which can be any shape now. I just draw something. Nowadays we can do that with a nanofabrication, whatever. And then I shine light from this side, Also, you can ask, okay, what kind of light? You can also say, is an electric field with a certain distribution? Doesn't need to be flat or parallel like I was talking about. It can be anything. So to treat the mathematical problem, you can assume like lots of ways. And then you look far away and also concentrating this point. And then you go for each point in the aperture, you go to that point. So exactly the same we are doing with the array of point sources, but now, of course, mathematically it becomes more complicated. Yeah, because we started just with an array. It was very easy to find the path wavelength difference between the next point source. But here will be more complicated because you have point source coming from this whole aperture. Okay. But the idea is the same. The idea is I take a point that I concentrate here and I add all the contributions which are inside this aperture. Always keeping track of the distance between the point source that you have and that point in the aperture. Okay? So that's a general mathematical problem. So now, of course, the mathematics becomes more complicated. And so there were like contributions from Fresnel, Fraunhofer, Kirchhoff. Yes? Yeah. Yeah. And you can calculate for a certain P0 with a certain coordinate XY, and then you can make this coordinate anything. So for each XY is a new sum. Yeah. Any other question? Okay, now I want to go back to the sum. So suppose, okay, I can calculate what is this distance because I have to make a 3D vectorial, a vector to calculate because it will be from different angles and not all in one plane. But that's mathematics, yeah. But the idea is that okay, I'm summing, I'm adding waves with different retardations, yeah. What is the mathematical language to add things? To add small things. Add like little elements. Is it in the screen? It's an integral. Integral actually is a sum. It's a sum of very small, so it's a function at a certain point times a small element. Yeah, and this small element is very small, and you add it. Okay? So basically what you do is this integral now. And here is a little bit more general, as I said, so mathematicians like to make things general. So you consider a certain U of P here, and this is the R01 is the distance between here, so at one point in the aperture to a point in the observation plane. This integral is calculated only for this point, so this point is fixed. But this point P1, of course, varies within the aperture. So for each aperture, each point in the aperture is a different P1. And then I integrate over the aperture, whatever it is. It can be any shape. So I can write in XY coordinates or whatever coordinates, depending on the aperture you have. But basically, this is what happens. Now, there are some things that is added. It's called this cosine of theta here, and which is theta is this angle, but it was not there in Huygens approximation. And there is also this part here was also added because they wanted to match better what could be observed. But further, this part and this part is basically the same as adding all these little waves, okay? Spherical waves. And this was again a contribution of other scientists, not only Huygens, but Fresnel, and later on Kirchhoff and Fraunhofer has done some work on this. So if you keep this all like this, so you have a very general problem now, a diffraction. Okay, so I can add any input field I want, which is given by this one. And I can have any type of shape I want, yeah. And I can consider this distance. Still, there is no approximation for the angle, so I can consider this distance and distance I want. Okay, so these are the basic diffraction integral. So what's nice about nowadays is that nowadays we can make things like this. Like I can make any shape I want from an aperture. Yeah? I can make any shape I want for this field that is input comes into the aperture. So I can play with what kind of diffraction pattern I want to get. And later on in the practicum, I show you that. So I say, okay, I want to get something in my diffraction pattern, not only these stripes that like I showed. Get something else, you can choose what you want to get. Your face, you put your face there, and you can calculate what you need in terms of shape of aperture, or the intensity and phase of amplitude and phase of your field to achieve that. Basically, you can get any intensity you want, because you saw that you can get maximum and you can get a zero. So you can get anything in between. Yeah, you see in this plot here. This plot. So I go from maximum, which is the sum of all the waves, which is basically all the light that's coming in, all the sum of the amplitudes, and I can get a completely zero. I can get anything in between, right? And this is a result from those like interference of all those waves. So if I say I want something else in my diffraction plane, I can calculate by calculating back this integral and calculate what do I need to get that. And nowadays, with computers, we can do that. Because of course, these integrals become extremely difficult if I start trying to do analytically for anything which is other than like a square aperture, a slit, or a circular aperture. You can still do analytically. But if we start to make very fancy apertures, or very fancy distribution fields, analytical solution is very difficult. As you saw, it doesn't seem to be a very friendly integral to solve. Yeah? Thinking that this R01 are these vectors here, and they all have a different length. So it's very complicated. Okay? How much time do I have now still? 15 minutes, okay. So, do you have any question about this until now? Everything seems very, very simple. What I say is that there are a lot of consequences. Maybe many things you see in the other talks, or when you are doing your own project, will be related to this. And I will show some examples here of first simple examples, but later on we'll go to what can you do. Okay? So here there are like some approximations you can do. Yeah. So these all mathematics. I think you can go home later on and just work out yourself, or you can find in books. Books on, it's called Fourier Optics. It's a book from Goodman, which is a very good book. Everything is very well explained there. Here I would like to just explain the concepts and explain you how to interpret a certain result and what can you do with it. Yeah, that is our things that you want to ask yourself. So you can do some approximations for this R1, because the most problem is this R01, because it's a 3D thing, yes, X, Y, Z, and it has this square root, and it's quite complicated. So you can approximate and see what you can do, expand the square root. You can do a lot of mathematical tricks to get a little bit easier expression. So finally, if you start from this and you take out the z, expand the square root, yeah, because you remember that z was very large compared to xy. That was an assumption we did. Yeah? If is that true, then you can approximate that this part is being small, right? These ones being small compared to 1, because Z is big and XY is small. So, so you take out the square root, so you get a more simple expression, and you can go on saying that R01 in the denominator could be equals to Z. And finally, you retain just the exponent, because the phase is important, so you are not going to neglect any distance in the phase, because the phase is oscillating very rapidly with the wavelength. So if you have a very small R, can mean a lot in terms of phase shift. So you don't want to neglect that. So finally, you can write down like this. So you see, you have again the K here. You have again the Z. So the distance from the screen to the aperture. These are the coordinates in the aperture and in the screen. And then you integrate around the whole aperture. And except for this term here, which is a phase term, you get the field at a certain point XY in your screen. Okay? So now this one can be general, very general. And with this approximation, then becomes a more friendly integral. But still, it's not so simple to solve if you have a complicated aperture. But it basically you integrate in the XY coordinates of your aperture. Okay? You can go further, factorize the term. So this is one expression that you get. And if you can factorize this X and Y from outside here, it becomes a little bit more 2 terms. But these terms you can also play with. But what you get in this approximation, so the approximation was that Z is very far away, small angles, okay? That's the main approximation is being done here. What you get is that, I don't know if you know about Fourier transforms, if you ever heard about Fourier transform. Basically, Fourier transform of a function is a function multiplied by e to the a k x or so. Yeah? So basically what you have here is the Fourier transform of u, x, and y. And what was u, x, and y? It's just the aperture function multiplied by the field that is shining into the aperture. Okay? So from this whole thing we did, this whole complicated integrals, you get to basically a Fourier transform. These are phase terms. So what I mean phase terms means that if I take the modulus square, intensity, if I measure with a camera, I don't care about this part. I only have the Fourier transform of the function. And that is what we get the main result from today. I start with the very simple assumption from Huygens about how can I explain diffraction phenomena. And then we go to a more mathematical formalism, based in itself, the same principle. And now you come, by doing approximation that you are very far away with your screen, you can say that I have a Fourier transform of the aperture multiplied by the field that's shining in the aperture, which is we call aperture function. And that is nowadays is easy to calculate, because you can do it in the computer. You can just do FFT, fast Fourier transform. So if you give the aperture function you have, you do the fast Fourier transform, you can predict what will be the diffraction pattern at a screen. And then you can play with the size of the screen, you can play with the wavelength, you can play with anything you want. So that is the basically principles that I would like to show you here. And that's the basics of the Fourier optics. That's why it's called Fourier optics, because of this Fourier transform. And Fourier transform, you know that when you narrow down, so if you have a pulse and you narrow down the pulse, the spectrum will be broad. And the same thing happens here. If I narrow down my slit, the diffraction pattern will be broader. So you understand the relation between, that's an inverse relation between aperture and diffraction. So when your aperture becomes big, then the diffraction will be less important, and you don't have any more the diffraction effect. Okay, but the important is this inverse relation between the Fourier transform and the function that you are Fourier transforming. So if that, I hope I give you some motivation to, if you go to really to the books and you read this about Fourier optics, you see where that comes from. Some books start already saying it's a Fourier transform. Then you say why, how come? Yeah, you want to know what is the principle. That is what they say 200 years ago. The principle was just like having these point sources within the aperture. And that's a very simple concept, but it gave a very much impact at that time. Because at that time, everybody forgot about Newton's idea of photon because interference was there. They could measure and was real. And there was no way to explain that with photons. And later on, much later, they start saying, okay, maybe there are photons too, and now our consensus there is both. But at that time, the diffraction theory was very important to really decide what light really was. And that's what I finished today. If you have some questions, I'm glad to answer if you want to discuss something. And in the lab, I will show some diffraction patterns of the modern world, and simple diffraction patterns. And then you keep in mind that we are doing this Fourier transform. Okay? Yeah, so I'm fine. Yeah, Fourier optics is extremely important nowadays, and because as I said, you can manipulate light without having to add any elements to it. Because for example, if I want to have a certain, if I want to clean up a laser beam is let's say, is not nice Gaussian, and this is bothering my experiment, I can use Fourier optics, because all this stuff that you see other than the Gaussian are like details from the field that I can filter out if I go to the Fourier plane. And those things can be done by just putting a lens, an aperture, and another lens. So this is called Fourier filtering. So you choose frequencies that you want, spatial frequencies that you want to go through your experiment, and you don't bother for things that you don't want. But nowadays, there is also a lot of manipulation of light. For example, you can generate several beams out of one beam. And if you're going to do that with a beam splitter, you need many beam splitters. And nowadays, with one plate, you can do, I can show you 64 beams, one plate, and make 64 beams. So those things that you can manipulate, and nowadays, because you have the nanofabrication, because this will result in a very complicated function here. But you can do, because nanofabrication nowadays you can do. And you can do even things that change with time, with spatial light modulators, with DMDs. So there is a revival of Fourier optics because you can do much more than what they could do at that time. Yeah. So there is certainly a lot you can do.
More question? More question, please.
Yeah, so I want to go back to equation 14.
Yes?
So, because I don't remember that, but you did a change of variable some point, but here, the capital X and capital Y are related to the aperture.
Yeah, you make a Fourier transform in capital X, capital Y, and get a function of small x, small y, and that's the screen. That's your screen. Small x.
The small x, small y are your,
Small,
is your
because when you
screen.
do Fourier transform of capital X, capital Y, you have this one stays and this one is integrated, right? Because you integrate minus infinity to infinity.
Okay.
So the big X, big Y disappear. I mean, they go away with the integration.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay.
More questions?
And the idea also is interesting that you can do all the way around. The inverse Fourier transform, you go back to our picture. But you need to know the amplitude and phase of your light in the screen. That's also very powerful, because you can say what I want and get back to what aperture do I need. Yeah.
More question? If not, let's listen again to Professor Pereira. And now we finish here for the online section, because now we'll speak about the experiments. Maybe you can also give some, you have some, want to explain something to the student for the experiment. Also Jared, come here. In the meantime, Quasim is also arriving. And also, you have also experiment, I think. Yeah. We can give now 10 minutes, very, very short explanation about the experiment. As you know, tomorrow we have lectures in the morning, and we'll have experimental section, and you are divided in groups. You have to see in which group are you, because we will have with Professor Alessia, Professor also Pereira, and Quasim, and we divide in different groups to share different experiments. Also, we will have computer section. Dr. Quasim will explain also, but briefly, maybe it's good to explain which kind of experiment we do.
Okay. No, of course. So, okay. So today I will start to set up the instrument that I brought. The instrument fits here. And, hopefully nothing got broken during the flight. And so today I will start to reset up a light sheet fluorescence microscope, like the one that I was talking about today. Can you just go to the very last one? I think it's easier if you select the just not in presentation. If you exit the, if you just literally go to the. It's many slides. Go. So. More. Yes, this one, the second last, maybe. So this is the system that I'm going to build, and I will also build it with maybe some of you. But then we will also see how this microscope works. As you can see, it's not like the one that I've shown today with the oculars. It's not the standard microscope that you might have used in the past. It's different. We cannot see things with our eyes, but we will have to use a camera. And this is more or less the schematic. So if you go to the next slide, Jared, sorry. If you just go to the next slide. The idea is pretty simple. We need to follow more or less these steps. The idea is that to have a good imaging, we first need to start with a Gaussian beam. So we will, to create a Gaussian beam, we will have our laser light, and we will focus the light on a pinhole. And this should create basically an airy pattern. And we will basically just select the central spot so that we have a Gaussian beam. Then we will collimate the beam, and we will take the opportunity of using these two lenses to create a beam expander to have a beam that is larger than the one that exits the laser. And then we will align the mirrors to enter into a cylindrical lens to create a light sheet. We have to be very careful and be perpendicular to the cylindrical lens. And then we will basically use 2 mirrors over there to match the light sheet position with the detection lens. And in between, we will put a relay system that will enable us to basically have an additional mirror to move to displace angularly our light sheet so that we can translate it here at the sample plane to perfectly match the position of the light sheet with the detection lens. We will position the 2 lenses and the sample chamber where we will position some of the samples that either I brought or that I will make. Not sure when, but I will make some. And then we will also build the detection system, which basically just consists of a very simple camera, a tube lens, and an emission filter. So this is more or less it, and we will see. We will see if you try to touch some of the knobs on the mirrors, if you can understand what's going on with the light path, and we will maybe look at some. I brought some samples, and I'm not sure they are still good because of the travel, but I have some slabs of mouse brain and some cells that we can look at.
Maybe very brief explanation of your experiment you want to do now, or?
My experiment is very simple. As I said, there's one plate where there is structures written on it, and we are going to observe the diffracted field. And with that, we are going to the very simple diffraction patterns to very complicated diffraction patterns. And then I also tell how you design such a plate and how you fabricate these plates. And you have opportunity then to look for yourself. I also look at a flat lens. Yeah, lens which is not curved, but it's flat, but it's also a lens. So those things are called diffractive optic elements, and they have been fabricated especially in a plate, and we are going to observe that, study that, and try to understand. And that's all based on what we have seen today.
Do you know the groups in which you are?
The experiments for hands-on tomorrow in the simulation lab, they will be handled by Qasim, Professor Qasim from Pakistan, and Isma. And there will be another group who will be stationed online for the training. So after we take tea, we will go to the computer lab for some briefing on what you expect from the simulations in the lab. So that's all I think for today. So after we take tea, we will go to the lab, computer lab, for that overview or small talk about how the experiment will be carried out on simulations. Thank you.
This is an adaptive optics kit, and in this kit there are a number of functions that can be done with it, and it's important to note that most recently, due to its advancement in the sophistication and the simplicity, so researchers have utilized these systems to make breakthroughs in areas of femtosecond pulse shaping. We have microscopy, we have laser communication, we have vision correction, and also retinal imaging. Although these are dramatically different fields, they all benefit from a simple experiment or a simple structure like this, the adaptive optics kit. And it's formed in three. We have three parts of this. We have the Shark-Hartmann wavefront sensor, we have the deformable mirror, and the control software for this purpose, and that makes the first type of this.
Whatever is before you is Michelson interferometer, and one of the applications of Michelson interferometer is that it measures the thermal expansion coefficient. So in this case, we're going to measure the thermal expansion coefficient of an aluminium rod that's connected to a banana plug. So when you connect the rod, as you can see, we have a digital thermometer, and the wires are connected to the IC regulated power supply. So when the voltage is adjusted to like a certain voltage, probably 5 to like 10, you notice that there are some fringes that are going to be produced there. This is because an increase in the voltage is going to induce a temperature change here. The temperature change will lead to an expansion of the rod. So when the rod expands, it's going to shift the mirror. The mirror, when it's shifted, you notice that there are going to be transition in the number of fringes.
This is a Michelson interferometer, but we are using a different laser here. This is a helium neon laser. For a helium neon laser, it's not yet collimated, and it has to be filtered. So that's why we have this lens. It's a convex lens. And then we have an iris that is having the purpose of a pinhole, and we have another convex lens. So when the beam is coming from the second convex lens, it's already collimated. Then from there, we introduce a beam splitter, this one, that is going to split the light into two, 50-50 beam splitter, so that we can have the other beam path to form the interferometer. So this is a mirror, then this is another mirror. That's where we'll observe the fringes on the screen. Ideally, what I want to do, this is a setup that I'll use in my project, but I'm going to replace one of the mirrors with my sample. I'm investigating the effects of stress on thin films using the interferometry setup. So the first step is forming this interferometry setup. And then I'm going to be varying temperatures of the thin films and the humidity at different times. And then I'll be observing on my fringes, which I'll connect to a CCD camera and a computer, and observe the way the fringes will be changing. From there, I can use calculations to find stress, and then we'll be able to find how the thin films are going to be affected. So basically, that's what I'm doing here. Yes.
Interferometer setup, and it consists of an LED light source, then two condensers.